Oh,
No, wait,
we
we can.
live. We live.
Wait,
Peace.
you get on my nerves.
Hey, what's up, y'all? My bad, man. We pulled up late, man. But we still gonna be great. Oh man, hey y'all, share the video, man. Share the video. All right, this is gonna be a night to remember. Yeah, this is gonna be classic right here. So I hope y'all ready, man. Appreciate everybody pulling up. If y'all could though, tap that share button. Let everybody know we live.
I was in Atlanta.
What's your name?
Wait a minute.
Bryce.
What's
Nice to
going
meet you,
on?
Bryce.
Oh man. All right, we got Judge in here.
All righty.
Hey.
Hey, what's up, Judge?
All right. Okay. Looks good. All right.
Uh-huh. We're in the building.
All
We
right.
got the honorable, the legend, Judge O'Brien. What's up, Judge? We come to talk about it. Today we had breaking news. You want to jump right into it? Birthright
Right, I
citizenship
guess that's
today.
it.
You can
You
hear me?
there?
Dot, see if he can hear you.
Hello?
Dot,
Yes, I hear you. I hear you.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Judge. Good evening, sir. How you doing?
All right. I'm
You
doing
good. All
fine.
right. Let's get it.
I watched the moon launch a little while ago.
Oh, who did you watch it with, sir?
Me?
I like that answer.
Well, you know, I like that kind of thing. I know I was in D.C. when they had that night launch, and a roommate of mine and we drove down to Florida to watch the night launch. We were several miles away, and when they launched the rocket, it lit the sky up like it was broad daylight at high noon. The noise was like, that was unreal. And everything vibrated from what that rocket was doing. And we watched it lift off. So when we got back to DC, day later, we went over to another friend's house who had one of these very powerful telescopes, and he had all of these coordinated systems on it. And we actually watched the capsule on the way to the moon. And we got the coordinates because he worked for NASA, and we got the coordinates, and we watched the return module lift off from the lander when it left the moon. So that was real. I know people say it was faked in a studio, but we saw the flight out and the lift off from the moon, and we had seen the damn thing take off
Oh, that
at
was
what was
nice.
called Cape Canaveral, which is Cape Kennedy. Now back to Cape Canaveral. And that was just one of the most awesome things I've ever heard
Yeah.
seen in my life. So this rocket is the most powerful one ever made that they just lifted off on.
Oh, that's nice. That's
But
good. That
but
has
you
to
know
be a really
what
good
got
thing.
me? There was something about this whole thing that was just, I've never seen it in anything else, and that was they had a military armored vehicle with a 50 caliber machine gun and a turret right behind the transport vehicle to take the astronauts
Wow.
from their center to the rocket complex itself. And it looked like heavy security. So I'm looking at it. I said, you know, I watched this stuff because I was in high school, junior high school, when they launched the first effective American satellite after Sputnik went in. This is the height of the Cold War, and I never saw them have a 50 caliber machine gun armed vehicle escorting anything to the launch pad. But I mean, I looked at the security and I said, they know something that they're not telling the public that is going on out there.
when you
Mm.
say out there, Judge, what do you mean?
So I said, whoa, this is deep. Anyhow, let's get on.
Now, Judge, when you say something out there, what do you mean by that? It's something that they're not telling the public that's out where.
Let's see. Yeah.
Can you hear me, Judge?
I can hear you. I'm here.
Well, I'm
You-
ready. Let's go.
Can you hear me, Judge? Mic check. Can you hear me,
Waiting
Judge?
on you, ladies first.
Hey, all right. Can you hear the host? Wait, hold up. But Top, you ain't even introduced him to your family yet. Like you ain't even introduced to BCU.
I mean, he don't need no introduction.
Well, I can't hear the host. All I see
I'm
is
gonna
a
go out and
red
come in.
thing that
That's
says
hold it down
live
for me.
Okay, no doubt.
54142.
Okay, so he's gonna drop down and come right back out. But while we're waiting for him, welcome to BCU, Judge. Y'all already know family in the chat. Y'all already know he's family to Unscrambled Minds. I see Sister Freedom in the chat. Salute. All right, he's back.
All right,
Welcome
Judge
to
is in the
BCU.
house.
We can't wait to talk to you. Top, take it away. Take it away.
All right, peace, Judge. You can hear me now?
I hear you now.
All right. I guess we'll just jump right into it. I know you spoke about the lunch. What's your thoughts on the birthright? Today they down there arguing about today.
I'm looking at a 6-3 decision. I think the government will win.
And can you I feel that way too, but can you break it down?
Okay, here's what the government didn't argue, which I thought they should have. There is a old common law principle. You've heard of it. Crime shouldn't pay, right? And then there's another old Supreme Court case I didn't hear anybody cite. They had a lot of Wong cases because that came from the West Coast where they were dealing with the Chinese. But there's one in particular called Wong's Sun, like the orb in the sky that makes it warm at daytime. Okay. What that says is that if there is a poisonous tree, law should not allow any fruit to have any effect that comes from that tree. It's called the fruit of the poisonous tree doctrine. It involved a criminal charge. And what happened is the government did something highly illegal. So the Supreme Court said nothing could be admissible that came from that illegality, but it states a general principle of law. And the real issue is all of what the far left is pushing to get, no control over what happens and to get the birthright thing established and expanded ignores the consequence of illegality in terms of how you got here. Everything they cited, every single case they were talking about, it's like, in layman's terms, the guy got in legally. That's like, it's different if you got a lease and an agreement with a landlord to rent some space, and you rent the space and your lease runs out and he's trying to get you out. That's different than you go on a vacation and you come back after a week and you find somebody's broken into your home and is in your house.
Right.
See, so nobody ever talked about that. And that is the kind of the elephant in the room, the 800-pound gorilla. Is you want to claim something, but you ain't supposed to be there to be able to claim
it. Claim it, right.
And then the distinction about the Indians, that wasn't really a big deal because what was going on at the time is if you were on a reservation, you weren't subject to American law.
Right.
And the other thing they were talking about is this. Let's talk about a spy, all right? It's wartime. And a spy gets on a rubber boat launched from a submarine and he sneaks into the country and he does some espionage, blows some stuff up, but he escapes, goes back to the submarine when he's through with his mission, goes back to wherever he came from. and does a few other things. They can't go after him after the war is over and try him for treason. All right. But if somebody who is an American citizen does the same acts, and even
Right.
if he escapes to another country after the war, they can try him for treason. That's being subject to the jurisdiction of the United States.
Right.
If that guy had gotten caught, the spy, he would have been tried for espionage, but not treason. You get what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
And a lot of that was stuff that you're supposed to learn in the first year of law school. I would say that there was some pretty good questions asked, but I was not impressed by Conjay Jackson. Some of that stuff I've heard first year law students
It
do a
sounded like they
better job of
like AI
conceptualizing.
answers. It sounded like they had a lot of AI answers, especially for as the dates and the cases that they were, some of the cases they were trying to go to.
Yeah, well, the guy for the government, the general, assistant, he was on top of his game.
Yeah.
He had page after page,
Yeah.
He wasn't looking at anything and he was telling you page
Yeah.
and
On the line.
paragraph.
Right.
He knew his case. I said, oh, dude knows his case, which is better than some situations I've heard. Now, that was good and that was impressive. That's the way it's supposed to be done. And I note that the president was sitting there in the audience himself. So,
Right. And
you
they said
know,
this was the first time that a sitting president actually came to. Yeah.
well,
Why do
it's
you think?
not quite the first. Thomas Jefferson attended briefly a U.S. Supreme Court hearing on somebody that was convicted of murder on federal property. All right. So when the guy walked out of the Supreme Court, he was there and he was out on bond, even though it was a murder case. When he walked out, Jefferson shot him right between the eyes with a pistol and said he carried out the execution.
Mm, okay, I didn't know about Thomas Jefferson. What do you? Okay, when you say that, all right. Let me ask you this question, just because I thought about this too when I saw the Supreme Courts in there. What does it take for you to make it to the Supreme Court?
What? Do you mean the case?
No, to get the seat.
Well, you have to be nominated.
Is it a fair nomination or is it like
It
the election?
depends. For a long time back in the 50s, 60s, 70s, what happened, not in the 80s, but up until the 80s, you had to be recommended, let's say, for the appellate courts by your state senator. But if the president was of a different party than the senator, then the senior political operative in that state would make the nomination, whether it might be a congressman rather than a senator. By the way, they're all congressmen. I mean, a
Right.
member of the House. But what happens is then that nomination is subjected to the scrutiny of the Senate to approve. Now, when it comes to the U.S. Supreme Court, we have had people who have been law professors. We've had the one that is most closely associated with the civil rights era, Chief Justice Earl Warren. He never was a judge. He was governor of California. He was the Republican governor of California. And Ike Eisenhower, who was the Republican president of the United States, looked at Earl Warren as a rival. So to get rid of the rival, he suggested that he be considered for the U.S. Supreme Court, and Eisenhower himself submitted Governor Earl Warren as a candidate for Chief Justice of the U.S. Supreme Court, and he was approved. Now, that's the one they used to talk about impeaching all the time. The South said, impeach Earl Warren. He's violating state rights by trying to force Negroes on us. That was the Democrats, by the way, in opposition. See, and up until 1960, there was practically you
that
there?
means that he's warming up, y'all. Okay, he's back. Okay.
You said you had a question, Daz?
I did, but that just means he's warming up. You know, he'll be right back.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna wait. Hey, y'all in the chat. How y'all doing?
Peace to the chat. What's up, y'all? Hey, y'all tap that like button. We got a surprise for Judge too. We're gonna bring in the surprise. You know, we're gonna go through a few questions right now, and then we're gonna bring in a surprise for the judge. I wish I had a cake. You know, they could jump out the cake. Yeah, so they can all just jump out the cake on it. But yeah.
Yes. Yes. We waiting on the rooster to come back.
Yeah, the rooster. The rooster in the hen house.
You heard? We waiting for the rooster to come back.
Yeah, but y'all tap that like button. Y'all share the video out. Let everybody know we live. And for the people who about to join in a second, I probably ask him like 2 or 3. Miss Dots have a question, and then I probably ask him 2 or 3 questions. Then we're gonna bring y'all in, and it's really gonna turn up. It's really gonna turn up. But shout out to y'all out there. I would say something. I just don't want to mess the show up. But it was some things that I seen in the news today that I wanted to say.
Yeah.
Okay. We got the judge back.
I'm back.
You back.
Turn up.
Okay,
Judge,
sorry, Top. Go ahead. You got it.
Judge, she gonna ask you a question, but we got a surprise for you later on in the show. So
all right,
I'm gonna let Miss Dash go ahead. The mermaid, turn up.
Yeah, I'm not gonna take too much time. I promise. Okay, but no. You had mentioned earlier. Top had asked the question. It was about espionage.
How do you get on the Supreme Court? In other words, somebody nominates you and you get submitted to the Senate for their approval. Judge.
No, not that question.
Oh, you want to know about the something that hiding out of space?
No, not even the space thing. I'm taking it to somewhere else. Is that okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I have a question about the Iraq. Considering I kind of wanted to change course a little bit, right? Because when you mentioned about the traitors and the spies and the this and the that, it made me think of what's going on in Iran, right?
Yeah.
And I know that you are a big Trump supporter.
It's not so much a big Trump supporter. It's that I had military science and political science as majors at UCLA. That's been a long time ago. And he's done what I predicted should be done. And I'm not reacting to what he has done. He's just done what I thought should be done. See, let me explain something about Iran. A lot of what you're looking at, including the whole thing with Israel and Islam and all of the rest of it, it's political theater. See, you've got a rough alliance between Egypt, which has an actual treaty with Israel. You've got Saudi Arabia, which in their circumstances, they want orderliness in the area. And you've got the United States, and they alternate fictions so their internal populations can blame one or the other. We've got a lot of woke folk blaming Israel and claiming Israel runs the U.S. They don't.
Right.
We've got in Saudi Arabia, we've got fanatics that say that you can't do anything with Israel because they're our arch enemy and they're all going to hell. All right. You got the same situation in Egypt. So they play this little game for the people who don't know. so they can say, okay, it's not our fault. Israel is making us do it. They're blackmailing our leadership, et cetera, which is a tale because Saudi counterintelligence, Egypt's counterintelligence, the CIA, and the Mossad all cooperate closely. They train together. They go on joint missions together. They rely on each other's facilities for safe houses and detaining prisoners and people they want to question, and they get each other's operatives to do jobs for them so they don't get a problem with their own loss. Like a lot of what the CIA does, okay, they assassinate people, but technically it's not legal except in time of war for that to be done. But Mossad has a constitutional prerogative or duty to carry out assassinations because under Israeli law, they're looked at as legitimate means of diplomacy. So everybody uses everybody, and we get all of the people hollering about which one is at fault for this. And then the operative thing right now is the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And Iran, for purposes of securing tranquility in its own population, after they killed off 36,000 dissidents last year, just executed them for protesting, they want to tamp this down because the Shah of Iran, for whatever his flaws, was trying to westernize Iran back in the 70s. He got deposed, and then the person that deposed him got deposed by the fanatical Ayatollah Khomeini. And they are saving face with some CGI computer generated imagery showing that they're beating up on Israel and Saudi Arabia. Well, it's not reality, but it looks like it. And Israel, the United States, and Saudi Arabia are going with it and say, yeah, look at what they did. They attacked this. So when Saudi Arabia is falsely portrayed as having been hit by some successful missile strikes by Iran, Saudi says, yes, we can use this. And look, they are attacking us, fellow followers of Islam, so we have no choice but to defend ourselves. You can understand that. And if the Israelis can help us defend ourselves, then don't get too pissed off because we're working with these Jews over here. So that's kind of the way they play it. Now, the most interesting thing is what happened today with the English government. The prime minister gave a press conference and he said they have to clear up navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. There's no way around it. You cannot allow that restriction to stay. So they're talking about getting involved in it, but they are distancing themselves from what they call the war that the United States and Israel are in, and to an extent, Saudi Arabia is in against Iran. Now, it's not really a war, it's what you call a police action. It's a preemptive strike, so to speak, to prevent somebody from hurting you. It's like individual self defense. You walk down the street, somebody comes up on your hand under his coat. Look, man, let it hit the ground. It's going down. You don't give me your ducats, man. You dying. Well, he got his hand under his coat. You pretty well strapped down. You know what you're doing. You put your John Wick on and you shoot him down. You didn't have to wait till he pulled his gun and pulled the trigger on you. It's when under the circumstances you got a reasonable apprehension that he's going to shoot you or do you in. You don't have to wait till he tries. You can go ahead and take him out. So when Iran is talking about what they're going to do to the United States, et cetera, selling wolf tickets, well, we don't have to wait until they actually try. We can do what they call a preemptory strike in international law and in military terms and take them out. Now, we have essentially sunk every ship above rowboat size in the Iranian Navy. We have destroyed the Iranian Air Force. We have completely decimated their anti-aircraft facilities. They're wide open. They're not a third world country. They do have cities
That's
and
the big
installations,
boys. Yeah.
and they can't go hide in a jungle or out in the middle of a desert and fight. So, what we have done is systematically destroyed their lines of communications, military lines of communications, severely damaged the civilian lines of communications, and purposely not destroyed them. And the other thing is, we have basically taken out their command hierarchy. And why is that important? The border was wide open for 4 years, and a variable yield 50 to 250 kiloton nuclear warhead weighs between 55 and 80 pounds, and it'll fit into a bedroll, and one person can carry it. When they dropped a 16 kiloton yield little boy on Hiroshima in World War II, 1945, August, it weighed 16,000 pounds. That's 8 tons, and it took a B 29 to carry it. But something several thousand times more powerful can be carried by a man in a backpack because they are thermonuclear devices that rely on tritium. Now, if you've got a watch with a luminescent dial, that's tritium that's making it glow, and tritium is available on the commercial market. It is a hydrogen isotope. It has two protons. No, excuse me, it has one proton, two neutrons, and an electron in it. And that supercharges the whole thing. So it's not new technology. Iran has no delivery system. Likely as not, they do not have any completed nukes, but they could borrow one from North Korea that does have some. They just lack delivery systems. So we let all these guys walk across our border for 4 years with unchecked backpacks, unchecked bedrolls. You can carry Stinger missiles, nukes, and conventional but military grade explosives that are very powerful. So you don't need a suicide bomber to strap on the vest and blow himself up to take out a target. You don't need somebody to hijack an airplane and play kamikaze to hit some twin towers or perhaps the Pentagon. They've had 4 years to plant their explosives, and they've got military grade detonators, and they can, when given the order, can flip the switch and watch the fireworks from several miles away. Now,
But Judge, okay, wait. Can I ask a question though? Because look, that's not what we're hearing, right? So
I know it's not. You're hearing BS propaganda that doesn't have one whit worth of truth or reliability in it. Now, I'll
okay.
give you an example of what's going on in the chess game. Trump had a speech that was carried at the beginning of this week, all right? And it was interesting. He did his usual yak, 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 but he said something that nobody I've talked to paid attention to. You know what that was, and it was very critical for a lot of things. He said, well, we've got our nuclear submarines, and they chase down these Iranian ships at 60 miles an hour. Okay, now what does that mean? Well, first off, the United States Navy has never made an official statement from anybody who knows what the top end speed of our attack subs are, whether it's the latest Virginia class, which is still in production, the super sub they only made 3 of, the Seawolf, or the preceding remainder of the Los Angeles class. 65 years ago, 70 years ago, we had this first class skipjack class of nuclear attack submarines, and they could do 35 knots submerged. 65 years ago, the Russians had the Alpha class, which was a titanium hull sub that got clocked going under the U.S. fleet a time or two at close to 50 knots, 45 to 50 knots. It was noisy as hell and they wore out real quickly. They don't have them anymore. But when he said 60 miles an hour, that's 52 knots. And that means that there's nobody out there with anything that can touch them. So what that is about is China has said that in about 2 years, it's going to invade Taiwan. When Trump just dropped that, we've got, they chased them down 60 miles an hour. Everybody that's into the naval game says, oh shit, they got some badass stuff. We've been wondering what they can do if they can run 60 miles an hour, which is 52 knots underwater at 1,500 feet down. We can't do a damn thing about it. And they're below the thermocline. There is an active thermocline about 200 kilometers over from the kink in the Hormuz Canal, where the depth drops down 1 to 2,000 meters, which is, it's known there are some very effective thermoclines that would prevent a sub from being detected down there. And it can launch submerged, all of the attack subs we have, those 3 classes, Tomahawk cruise missiles.
Judge, let me just real quickly. What is the point then? Because you meant about the naval.
The point is this.
No, wait, hold on, Judge. One second. What would be the point though of maritime law? Right.
Well, the maritime law is
that with right. Like, so how effective is maritime law, or does any of like the regulating agencies, like the IMO, for example?
Well,
like,
it's not regulated. Forget all that. Forget all that. Every civilization since ancient Phoenicia has taken on piracy. In fact, in the Constitution, Article 1, Section 8, destruction and maintenance of control over piracy is mandated by the Constitution. You don't need a declaration of war for that. And we maintain a standing patrol off of East Africa to deal with the pirates in Kenya and Somalia, and all of the rest. And every single civilized nation, Rome, Greece, the Italian navies, the Royal Navy, dealt with piracy, all right? And what they're doing in the Strait of Hormuz without a declaration of war on behalf of Hamas constitutes in international law piracy. It's restriction of trade. And what I was getting into is the British Prime Minister today, in a speech he made, said that Great Britain cannot tolerate this interference with sea traffic going through the Strait of Hormuz. So they're saying it's not an insurance problem, it's a security problem. And although they are distancing themselves, they're very glad that the United States Navy can do what it can do. So now back to this important thing of the chess game. I said that any naval power is going to be impressed or overawed that somebody is now publishing that the U.S. Navy has subs that can exceed 50-some knots while submerged. The thing with China is that they've been promising to invade and take back Taiwan within the next 2 to 3 years. So you notice that Trump and Xi Jinping have postponed their meeting by a month. What that is probably about is so China can verify what Trump has been claiming and assess what that's going to do to attempt to take Taiwan. They've been talking about their super cruise missiles and taking out aircraft carriers, but if you've got 50-knot submarines, that just wiped that whole thing off the map and you ain't got nothing. So it's like, okay, we've been selling wolf tickets, let's work this out. So see, there are chess games within this. Now, I have some interesting sources of information. My brother, the late Cliff Stewart of Los Angeles, look him up, you can Google him, the great martial arts master, college professor, PhD, former bodyguard of Muhammad Ali, etc., etc.
Okay, come through.
Also bodyguard
It's
for
a
the,
bad man.
Come
yeah,
through now. Come on.
also bodyguard for the head of Saudi counterintelligence. And he used to do joint operations. He was a contractor, real live James Bond. He did contract work for British MI6, French intelligence, CIA. Used to come down to my green room. They'd send a rep down there at least once a month to consult with him. He was an assistant co-executive producer on my show. And it was interesting. The guy that was the CIA operative, I knew him from college. Interesting guy. And he would do joint operations with Mossad and Saudi intelligence, counterintelligence. So
So you
you
just
would have,
mentioned Saudi. You mentioned the Mossad.
they'd all do joint operations, but
Got
remember,
it.
they're supposed to hate each other when it comes down to the public posture.
So, Judge, what you think about they're talking about running a pipeline so that they don't even need the oil, and Trump is saying y'all the European nations can come buy oil from them, or they can go through the Strait of Hormuz and see what happens.
Yeah,
So,
and see that's true. See, and that's another game.
And
Let me get to
Israel
that.
wants it to be routed towards them, right?
Yeah,
Israel
yeah,
would
well,
no,
that's why
no,
they want
no,
to do the
no, no.
pipeline.
That's not Israel's job. See,
Saudi
the
okay.
other
Arabia.
thing is that okay, people are talking about that U.S. spy ship that got sunk back in 1967 by the Israelis. All right. Some people should have been tried for treason because there was a 23 aircraft flight that sank that American ship, and 17 of the pilots were U.S. military pilots from the Air Force, Navy, or Marine Corps that were on furlough. That's why the Israeli Air Force never publishes the name of its active combat pilots, because most of them are actually active duty personnel in either a NATO force or mostly from the U.S. military, Navy, Air Force, or Marine Corps. And they're on furlough to go over there and get combat experience and beef up the Israeli Air Force. But that never happened. So it's an interesting little song and dance they play where everybody gets worked up, and there is a game plan, which is we don't want these fanatics to do any more damage than they're doing. Now, why do you want to go make sure that you preemptively take Iran out before they get any effective nukes? Well, it's kind of like, not saying that somebody who's been convicted of a felony might not be reformed, but generally you try to keep convicted felons from being in possession of firearms, but good guys who are civilians and the cops can be armed under the Second Amendment. They keep things down in the cities. When you have an armed community, they don't get robbed or gunned down too much. So that's kind of the idea. Iran is a bunch of fanatics. You don't want to get a nuke. Now, Japan was probably one of the most fanatical nations that's ever had an effective military and navy. And they got brought down by the little boy, a 16 kiloton, 12 to 16 kiloton yield bomb that got dropped on Hiroshima, and perhaps an 18 to 20 kiloton bomb that got dropped on Nagasaki. That's 33 to 34 kilotons of bomb. The typical bomb today is going to be between 50, which is at least twice that, to maybe 200 kilotons in yield, which is 10 times as much, 8 times as much. And the damage that one 200 or 100 kiloton device could do if it was transported into the U.S. or they get a delivery system, or could be what it could do in the Middle East, gets everybody a little freaked out. So they want these fanatics not to be armed. Now, the rest of the world is probably going to treat nukes like the rest of the world treated chemical weapons in World War II, even though they'd been invented and heavily used in World War I. In retrospect, everybody said they're so horrible that the Nazis, the Japanese, the Italians, the English, and the U.S. and the French, nobody used chemical weapons in World War II. So I suspect nukes will be like that, but you don't want some rogue folk with 1, 2, 3, or 4. So you do a little gunboat diplomacy, give them a whiff of grape shot, so to speak, and they stop. Now, we don't have to go in and invade. And if we have boots on the ground, that's just the Marines with 2 or 3 battalions, maybe half a division. They go in and they take those islands, which aren't well manned. There are 6 missile sites that are around that strait, and they've all been flattened. And the U.S. Air Force has absolute air superiority. They've got one fleet aircraft carrier, a nuclear aircraft carrier. I think it's the George Bush on station. And it hadn't really gotten jumped in on it yet. And there's another one, I think that's the Reagan, maybe. It's in the Mediterranean. And if they brought another one in there, they'd have more firepower at their disposal than all of the air forces on both sides put together for the whole of World War II. And to give you an idea, all of those FAA teams that are on the aircraft carriers can carry the same bomb load as a B-29, and they have much more precise delivery systems and much greater accuracy. And then you've got the F-35s that have a stealth capability, and Iran has no air force or anti-air capability anyway. They had an interesting drone that they came up with. The U.S. took some captured examples, and now we're making a better edition of basically the same thing for $55,000 instead of several million for one of our typical cruise missiles. So we've already got that peeped, and we have some beam weapons, ray gun stuff and particle beam weapons, and we are anxious for an opportunity to test them and see how it works. And we have some select sergeants, corporals, and whatever that we want to test in combat so they can be a senior cadre of non-commissioned officers and some young officers that need to be shot at to see how they react under fire, so we can keep this thing going where we've got the most battle-hardened military on the planet. And then I hear that Russia is threatening to send in some Spetsnaz units if we actually do send some troops over there.
Ground troops down, right?
Let them bring it on. That's just their equivalent of SOCOM. I think we'd beat that too. And they've got enough problem with
Ukraine.
yeah, and
Right.
you see, Ukraine used to be the biggest state in the former Soviet Union, the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. That's like Texas split off from the United States, and 35 years later, let's bring them back into the Union, and there'd be a squabble. So it is what it is. But that's more wolf tickets, and see, people have to make the right noises to keep the people at home satisfied.
Right. Just so what you think about Trump saying he pulling away from the UN and that the European nations will have to defend themselves from now on?
Well, the NATO, that's us. It's sort of like, Okay, look, we're gonna do this, but we'll take some volunteers to come in here, and if you want to just put in your presence, you can do it. Great Britain has less than 300 tanks. Okay, Germany has about 350 tanks.
Right.
So what the hell are you gonna do when a standard U.S. division has more tanks than the whole German army?
Right. Canada, all of those
Yeah.
other countries. Right.
So we've got 5,000 active M1A2 SEP Abrams tanks that can't anything in the world whip. Russian, English, German, French, whatever it is. And we basically protect them because NATO,
1948.
yeah, well, NATO is interesting because we have a whole bunch of Army and Air Force bases scattered around Germany, around the periphery of France. We have naval and air bases all through England. So, these are centers and storage facilities for American heavy weapons and aircraft. So NATO ain't shit without the United States.
Right.
The UN ain't shit without the United States. I see all the woke folk. The UN declared what we did illegal. So what? That's like you're in the eighth and ninth grade, and you decide to go back and look at your old elementary school, and you walk in, and there's some third and fourth graders that don't like you. Hey, fool,
Right.
get out of here.
So that I think Trump, he already expressed it last year about how much money that they were putting in, even in the Ukraine and Russia war, how much they were funding and the other countries wouldn't. So,
Yeah,
but aren't they like our children though? Didn't we set up their governments after World War II, 1948?
Yeah, well, see, what the whole thing is the United States came out of World War II as a manufacturing industrial monster.
A monster.
And we wanted markets to sell our goods. So we propped up Europe and Asia so they could get back to the point where they could buy stuff that we made. Unfortunately, nobody paid enough attention to it, so a lot of American businessmen and investors took the business that was here in the United States, making everybody well off, took them
U.S. Steel.
overseas. Yeah, they took them overseas. They didn't have to pay any tariffs on them when they came back, so corporate investors could make enormous profits that
Right.
didn't get taxed, and Americans lost jobs and we lost industrial capacity, and we have a mess that we've got to clear up. I'll tell you the following. Obama's administration canceled production of the super fighter, the F-22, after they built 125. We were supposed to build at least 2,500. So we've got one wing of super fighters, and basically what in World War II would have been a light attack bomber, the F-35. It's not really a fighter plane. We had the F-14D Tomcat that had just been re-engined and re-evonicked, and that idiot grounded all of them, so we paid the money out, and now we had one of the most advanced fleet aircraft in existence,
That's
and
the
we don't
Ford.
have them anymore.
That's why we down. That's why we down to the Ford. That'll probably be our largest on the naval aircraft.
We got 11 aircraft carriers, but get this: Great Britain was talking about sending one of its 2 new conventional aircraft carriers over there.
And
But
Trump
then,
said, I don't want them anymore. I
no,
don't need them.
but see, here's what the problem is: England is so flat broke busted that they can't even afford the aircraft on the aircraft carriers. So guess what? They rent them from the United States Navy.
Oh man,
That's
yeah.
how pathetic NATO has gotten. Now, unfortunately or fortunately, they still have some old and decrepit nukes. Now, when you talk about nuclear nations, United States, China, Russia, India, Pakistan. England's got some old ones that are still functional. France has a few. So that's 7. And then you may have most probably Israel for 8, and possibly and probably South Africa for 9. And then you have North Korea, which is coming online for 10. So you don't need number 11 being that bunch of clowns over there in Iran. So while we whoopee, you knock them out before they get up there. That's like,
But are you really
Mike
knocking them
right?
out, Judge? Are you
What?
really knocking them out? I mean, is that even possible? Like, think about it.
But hold on. Let me
Okay.
explain what you're trying to do.
Okay.
You don't want a power vacuum. So you beat the shit out of somebody and you prop them back
You
up
be
and
the
say,
aggressor.
no, if you want
Yeah.
your ass really kicked, keep doing what you're doing. But meanwhile, you're going to do what I tell you to do.
Yeah. Or
You'll put
else.
some of you back up. And that's where the Obama administration effed up
Got
and
soft.
took
Yeah, they
Gaddafi
got
out
soft
in
on
the power
Yeah.
vacuum.
They
And
got
the
soft
reason.
on this. Right.
So,
Okay.
Judge,
Go ahead.
I apologize. Now I was going to ask this question because the U.S. history, the commander in chief always went to battle. He always went to war. When did that change? That it became political and that the president didn't have to actually go to war to be the president.
they call it a police action. Like Korea, I had some family friends, like play uncles and stuff that died in Korea or got badly jacked up in Korea. But that was a police action. They call it the Korean War, but it still isn't over. There's only a
No treaties or
ceasefire.
anything, right? No
It's a
treaties.
police operation, police action. War is interesting. We think of the Gulf War, but what was the death toll for the Gulf War experience too? From 2001, starting in Afghanistan, up 20 some years until that idiot Bush blew it trying to extract the troops in a very clumsy, poorly conceived extrication. We suffered about 5,600 people dead. That many people got killed on June 6, 1944 in the first 7 hours of D-Day.
Yeah, D-Day.
To give you a perspective on something else, the most bloody war we've ever been in was the U.S. Civil War, whose death and casualty toll exceeds all of the rest of the wars we've been in combined.
Yeah.
You remember the Gettysburg Address 70 years ago? What was so big about Gettysburg? It was fought over a 3-day period and finished up July 4th, 1663. The casualty count for those 3 days was 86,000 folk, and that's in 3 days.
Yeah, they said the battlefield was filled with blood.
Just a mess. And then, even though he was on the wrong side, you have to admire their bravery. Those Johnny Rebs, Pickett's charge. They went up the hill with 10,000 men, and they came back down an hour later with just 1,500 alive. So you got to say, those bad dudes, like, hey, how many folk are going to walk into sudden death? And you got 10,000 of them going up there, and 1,500 come back an hour later. So you have to understand what it means. In World War II, you had for the 8th Air Force, these are flyboys, their casualties for a 16-month period was 52,000 dead. And those are people in airplanes.
What about the Tuskegee? What about when the Tuskegee flew?
Well,
was that a real thing, or did they prop it up? Or what?
Well, no, they didn't prop it up. They tried to tamp it down, but President Truman, backed up by Republican Bush, Prescott Bush, senator from Massachusetts. That's George Herbert Walker Bush's daddy.
Judge, are you talking about the one that was charged on war crime, tried on war
No,
crimes?
no. What I'm saying is he was the Republican that backed up Truman. And in 1947, Truman signed Executive Order 1981 that desegregated the U.S. Armed Services. And one of the examples they had was the 332nd. They had instituted in 1946 the Army Air Force, what was known as Red Flag. They had it in 1946, 1947, and 1948. And Truman and Bush said, "What do you mean you don't want these Negroes to be integrated into the Air Force? They just kicked your ass and they won 3 years running Red Flag. So what do you mean they don't make good combat? That was pilots. That was supposed to be the best of the best, and they won 3 years running." And see, the other thing is right now, officially, after they've checked the German records, the leading high scoring fighter group in World War II in Europe for the last 9 months of World War II was the
Right,
Tuskegee Airmen.
right.
And then Captain Roscoe Brown is now the third high scoring U.S. ace in Europe in World War II.
Yeah.
White guys made all these claims, but after getting the Luftwaffe records after the wall came down in 1990 and running them through computers and to analyze them and actually dig in the ground to see if you've got any debris, metal, or indicia that a plane crashed, Captain Roscoe Brown is now the third highest scoring U.S. Army Air Force ace in World War II in Europe. So that makes
Should
a
he be
difference.
one? Yeah, should he really be one?
No, he might be number two. They're trying to verify two more other possibilities. So in other words, you claim you shot somebody down, but the Luftwaffe records reveal that the airplane that
Right.
was claimed, in fact, got back to base, shot up, but he got back. So that's what they do. And they also do the official Luftwaffe records, which might say Oberst Lieutenant, some Lieutenant so and so was shot down by a red tail fighter with the apparent number of 10 on it over Stuttgart, let's say. So you look on the ground, you find the remains of the German aircraft, and who was it in number 10 on that day? And you say, oh, that's First Lieutenant Jones, of the
Right.
Tuskegee Airmen. Oh, wow, okay. So these things reveal what goes on. This is just some general history that they don't tell you about. So what winds up happening is all of this goes to contribute to what you have when it comes to making war and casualties. Now, right now, they've lost 6 men in an accident in a KC 135 tanker that collided with another aircraft. That other aircraft made it safely back to base. That's just an operational accident. That's not a casualty of war. Okay, you maybe have the number of people that are shot to death in
I'm
any
sorry,
given.
Judge. So you saying that they wouldn't be able to score that as a KIA
No,
because it was
not what
just
happened.
operate.
I'm just
Okay,
talking about what's going
make
on
it
right
clear.
now.
Right.
The number of people that have become casualties on the U.S. military side are about the weekly toll in Chicago or Memphis or Los Angeles or New York that we
Right.
kill ourselves. So,
Right.
you're not going to shut down Los Angeles or Chicago or Memphis because colored folk out there killing each other. But I mean, when you, oh my God, look how many people died. Okay, wow, that's a casualty count from a live fire training incident. Happens all the time. They've killed 126 children. That many children get aborted in a large American city every 2 weeks, every week or so. Okay, it's all relative. It doesn't come up to the death toll on the highways on a holiday weekend for Memorial Day or in the middle of spring break or something. So being free is not safe, and we need a trained military where the non-coms and the officers are tested to see if they can stand up under fire and not run and be functional and operate. And we get an opportunity. I hate to be ruthless about it, but we backed down China, I think, from coming off with an invasion of Taiwan. There are 12 military operations that have wound down thanks to what's going on. And what Trump's been doing, as I've said, they needed to do this for decades. And everybody's been talking about going after Iran, and nobody's done a damn thing. And then the embarrassment of Iranians raiding the U.S. embassy and holding uh,
The hostage.
100 plus of our people hostage
Yeah.
for a year and a half. That embarrassment's got to go. Killing 246 Marines in some barracks, that embarrassment has not been avenged. And historically, it's a lot of precedent. If you're familiar with the Marine Corps, they've got that part in there from the halls of Montezuma
Right.
to the shores of Tripoli.
Yeah, it's the
Well, the
Barbary
shores,
Wars.
yeah, well, the shores of Tripoli is 1806, when the Barbary pirates were doing essentially the same thing, just on the other side of that small land bridge there. That Hamas was attempting to do in the Strait of Hormuz. So we sent the U.S. Navy and the Marine Corps in and kicked some ass. And we even started to build up our Navy so they could take on the pirates. And if you want to see one of the examples, it's still under commission in the Baltimore Harbor. It's the USS Constitution, nicknamed Old Ironside. So it's there. And that's what we've been doing for, let's see, that's 220 years. So it ain't nothing new. And then, of course, you've got the blockade of Cuba during the Cuban Missile Crisis. And one of the other interesting precedents was set by Venezuela, not what we did to them, but in the late 1870s, early 1880s, the Venezuelan Navy was bigger than ours, and they hauled over some American ships, seized the crews and the cargoes, and there was a big uproar because they took an American captain and half his crew, put him on the wall and executed him. So the U.S. Congress said, we can't allow this to happen. So they refunded the Navy and they built that back up.
All right, Judge. We want to bring somebody else in. This is the Voodoo Dorsey from New Orleans. You know something about New Orleans down there?
Who, me?
Yes, sir. What's your favorite thing about New Orleans? You on mute, boo?
I'm here.
I don't like New Orleans because it's too hot and humid. I don't like the food. And it smells down there on Bourbon Street. Y'all got ripped off badly by developers who suckered the colored folk into taking those reconstruction loans that they couldn't pay off so they could get the property cheap. I have a connection because my paternal grandmother is from New Orleans, and I've got a grandfather on my mother's side who's from Shreveport.
Is that your Choctaw side? Which grandparent was the Choctaw?
That's from Tennessee.
Tennessee.
The Choctaw headquartered down in Mississippi. So that was my grandmother.
He always gonna be honest.
Hey, I
met her. I met her before she died, but she used to tickle me because I still remember it. They'd have these little gatherings down there, family gatherings, and that was flat out segregation. They used to have signs up, colored not allowed unless accompanied by a responsible white person, this kind of thing, or no colored allowed or colored only. white only. And she'd say, "You Negroes always mad at everything. We took scalps and we nailed them to the lodge pole, and then we'd smile. You need to learn what that's about."
Okay. We got some more friends up here. How
Hey,
you doing? What's
Hello.
up, Big Mama Freedom in the building?
How y'all doing?
How you doing?
What you got to say to Judge?
Are we on
Yeah,
liven it
you
up a
got
little
something
bit
to
now?
say.
All right. Hello there.
Oh,
Glad to
Hey,
have you.
Joe Brown.
Yes, ma'am.
How you
What-
doing?
I'll manage at least in a mad rush.
I haven't talked to you in a while.
It's been a while. How you been?
I'm fine. I'm better.
What's wrong?
Nothing.
Sound like she missed you. Let me get out y'all business.
What
Sound
he do
like
to
she
you?
missed you.
What he do to you?
What?
He ain't do nothing.
That body language, we can't tell.
Hey,
We
Keith.
can't
How you
tell.
doing?
I'm doing
How
all
you
right,
doing,
Mama.
Keith?
How you doing?
I just want to get Dot. Hey, sister. Unscrambled Minds in the house.
Hey. And we got beautiful Miss Voodoo Doll that just came up.
I
Hey,
know.
sis.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Yeah, it's
How
my
y'all
sister
doing?
Voodoo right here.
All right, how y'all doing? What's going on? Hey,
Good.
Judge, how you doing?
We got Miss Isis. Miss Isis, you can turn your camera on,
Y'all can't see me?
or you going face? Now we can't see you.
I see a white circle. Nah, there you go.
There she go. You see,
Hey,
I brought you.
y'all.
I think it may be a few more coming. I say, Judge don't. He don't want to be up here with no Johnsons. He wanted, he said he wanted to be in the hen house. He said he a rooster in the hen house. So I
There
said,
it
I gotta
is.
go get the ladies.
Hey, yo, Top, you just missed it. When Isis came on, Judge was like,
Oh yeah, okay. He has to put the glasses on. He can see it, huh?
Yeah, see, I pay the tab.
Hey, ladies. So
He paid it. You paid the what,
I pay
Judge?
the bills.
Okay.
I
Hey,
pay
pay
for
the
the
cost to
dinners.
be
I
the
pay
boss,
for the
huh?
day.
Pay the cost to be the boss, huh?
Pay the cost to be
There
the
you
boss.
go.
Yes, sir.
Boo, what you got for us? You got some questions for the judge?
I do.
Yeah.
And Judge, my grandma, I told her that you was coming on the show. She said, let you know she had a crush on you. I said, Granny, I don't think
It's
you
all
in
right.
there.
I ain't married.
Oh, okay. She probably watching. You know, can you
Y'all
wait till my
still
grandma?
work.
She probably watching. Granny, he said he paid the cost to be the boss, but I think he like him young. And I'm gonna tell Granddaddy on you.
No, let me say this. That's all relative. You got to know what you're doing.
Well, you told
And
me
most
that,
women don't know what they're doing until they hit 50.
but you told me 30. What you said, 35 and
I
up?
said
No.
40.
35 is too young for me.
Too young,
That's
40,
too,
45.
you get closer to 50 and then
Okay, all right.
we work
Get
with
some
it.
experience, okay.
Yeah. I don't want amateurs. Done enough training in life. I
There
need
you
people
go.
full service, ready to rock. You know, you
You
got to
know?
be able to roll. I don't want nobody that's going through internship and residency. I want full-fledged doctors with
Ready
an
to go,
office
huh? Day
and
one starter.
everything. Just like I look for that, I like women like that, ready to go, know how to cook. Got the grandchildren out the way and ain't fool enough to let the dumb children sucker them into playing mama for the child. So yeah,
For
baby,
the
you got
weekend, huh? Cause she on
time for the
Saturday.
vacation. Dip your feet in the water. I don't want you to talk about
we
you
not
can't
doing
come
that.
out your bathrobe because you shaved and you just got your hair done. Get your ass in the water and splash.
Now, immediately,
It'd be looking good to me because hey, you know.
expeditiously. Boo, where you at, boo?
Yeah, boo. Yeah,
I'm
sis,
here.
come
Come on
on.
back.
I'm here.
Come
Don't
on,
be
boo.
hiding.
How
Don't
you
be
doing,
high, boo.
Judge?
All right.
Hey, what's going on? How y'all doing? The panel. Hey, everybody on the panel. Hey, Chief
Hey.
Cat. Shout out to BCU in the building. I am a
Right.
member.
Shout out to the
And
family.
hey, Judge Joe Brown. I have a question. Because
Yes, ma'am.
I've been doing a lot of research on the recent history, at least within the last 100 or so years. And I've done some research on a lot of the white people coming in through Ellis Island. So the question I'm asking is, I understand around the civil rights movement, a lot of the KKK and the racist white people that were moving into the South, a lot of them were coming from the North through Ellis Island. So I want to know status-wise, because I know Black Americans at the time, not all, but a large number of us, not even so large, but a number of us weren't as bad off as we were taught in school. Because I know when I came up, they taught us all the black people in the South were slaves and all the white people in the South were slave owners. But then I became
we
older.
were poor.
Huh?
We didn't get taught that. And I went to school a lot before you were even thought about it, and somebody had a gleam in their eye, Sean. That might be nice, but neither of them been born. So how did it get down from where we were, where we knew about these things?
Oh, the white people from Ellis Island?
No, it wasn't. See, if you're talking about the Klan, let me explain the Klan. There was a game being run on the white folk in the South. And the game is that the descendant of the Norman overlords in England were the nobility in England. And they had the money, they got the plantations, and they took the Scotch, the Irish, and the ordinary English commoner who was a descendant of the Saxons. Think Robin Hood.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Sheriff of Nottingham was a Norman lord, and he was stomping all over the Saxons, and you had one Saxon hero, Robin Hood, who was fighting back. Those same people, not long after when Robin Hood was around, started settling in America. They had this English aristocracy that ran stuff, and to keep the lower levels class white guy in line, they had a scapegoat, us. So they stayed in line, and like we talked about, Pickett's charge where 10,000 Johnny Rebs went up the hill at Gettysburg and only 1,500 came down an hour later, and you got 8,500 dead or badly wounded on the battlefield. Why the hell would you go out and fight for somebody where you ain't getting crap out of the deal, except there's somebody below you and you get bamboozled into thinking you're fighting for state rights? What they had is the Klan to give those same very pissed off white guys something to get involved in and give them a purpose to diffuse what they would have done to have thrown over the rich white Southern plantation owners, planters. And like redneck, do you know what redneck means?
From what I understand ain't it the white people that be like in the woods and they all sleep with their cousins and stuff? I don't know.
Yeah, but you know where the term comes from? What you got on your head?
Scarf, red scarf.
Why do you have it on your head? You just have it on your head. See, what's going on is in England, when it went Protestant, the Scotch in some of those up in northern England went Protestant. They were anti-Catholic. There were Presbyterians and Episcopalians. The Episcopalians were the English aristocracy. The Presbyterians were the Scotch. And over in England, they wore red scarves around their necks. And in England, they got the term rednecks because they were proud to show that they were Presbyterians. So when they settled in America, they wore those same red scarves. That's really where you get the term redneck from. So you've got these commoners who are white, Presbyterian, and from Saxons that they descended from, who were at the bottom of the economic heap in England, and they got over here. And the plantation model was invented in Ireland. The English crown gave charters to these Sir Walter Raleigh, et cetera, et cetera. And they experimented on how to set up a plantation with the Irish. Now, here's another interesting factoid. People that came over through Ellis Island, Irish were classified as non-white up until 1878, when there was a joint act of Congress that declared them to be white in recognition for their heroic dying on the battlefield for both sides. So you got this big mix, and it's like you go to a playground and you see a sixth grader slap a fifth grader across the head. He's crying until he slaps a fourth grader across the head till he slaps a kindergartner across the head. So the kindergartner's crying because he's got nobody to slap across the head, and everybody else is smiling because they've scapegoated a bunch of people. That's what you do. One of the main problems we gotta have as a people is that we are always the ideal scapegoat. It's like you look back in recent European history or world history, you see the Chinese talking about the Western paper tiger or the imperialist, and we're talking about the yellow peril, and the French are talking about the stiff-necked German Hun, and the Germans are talking about those Negro French, and they're all talking about the degenerate English, and they're at each other. But you see, in America, they don't have to have an outside enemy; they have us. And I call it the one block rule. If you can tell what it is from a block away, it's likely to be somebody black. If it's not the complexion, it's the hair or the clothes or what they're wearing. Oh man, that's colored, Charlie. Ain't that a colored boy out there? Or ain't he a Negro? Or that's one of them black guys, man. You don't mess with them, and you see, you can scapegoat it. Now, years ago, I used to have to do business in Nashville, and that was a place that had very, very cold beer. And I like cold beer, I'm not gonna lie. And it'd be 100 degrees and 100% humidity. And I'd go in this beer parlor, right? And there was this old white guy that was in there. And he talked to the bartender, Charlie, I done figured out what's wrong with America. Yes, I have. It's all right. It ain't all them Negroes, because Mabel, she and my wife, they be hanging around cooking cakes and pastries and everything, and I go fishing with her husband. He ain't bad. It's the militant Negroes, like them Stokely, whatchamacallit it, and them H-Rap something or others, and them Malcolms and them. That's what's wrong with America. See, so you get these scapegoats that you can talk about. One other time I was in there, he said, Charlie, I got sick. I went off to see my union doctor, and I'm driving down the roadway, and I passed one of them damn country clubs, and there was some young white guys out there playing golf in the middle of the day. And you know you can't be young and playing golf in the middle of the day if you ain't got no money. So I'm trying to figure out why I'm going flat broke busted. I ain't got my overtime. They cut my hours, and I'm sick as hell going to see this damn union doctor who don't pay shit attention to me except to get my ass out of his waiting room and collect the insurance money that ain't even been paid out when they supposed to. And I got to thinking, you know what? What's wrong with America? Ain't nothing wrong with America, but it's them militant Negroes that's making everything go wrong. So he puts up with what he perceives to be getting done wrong, and he's got a scapegoat. And every time America has a hard time, that's when stuff starts flipping around. When it gets all right, everybody trying to help the Negro. But you see, when it gets bad, they say, we did this for the Negro, for the black, or for the African American, or the Afro American, for somebody black, and now these gay folk, they're just like the black folks. So we got to be fair, be fair.
Hey, Judge, watch Miss Vu. You can come in with the Ghana reparation question then. Cause we being scapegoated on it, but we left out.
Because that's kind of where I was going with the original question, not all the way, but sort of where I was going with the original question. Because I was talking about that buffer class of white people that came in, but talking about the Ghana and UN reparations thing, it seems from what we're looking at, these people is going up there to the UN, in my opinion, representing us. Not saying that they are us, but they're going up to the UN to ask for reparations, in my opinion, on our behalf, and it's like a destiny swap or like some sort of ritual. I don't know what it is they got going on, but I want to know what your thoughts is on that and about the Black American leaders, about the leaders. Did you see the Ghana leaders going?
Yeah, I saw them. They need to send couple of battalions of Marines over there on a raid, seized those MFs, put them on a damn wall, threatened to shoot them until they paid us reparations.
That's what
See, those
happened.
damn Ghanaians were one of the principal sets of slave catchers to sell us, catch us, and sell us into slavery. And they talking about reparations. They ought to be in first in line and paying them
Chop, you
out.
need to drop a bomb on that. That should have been a bomb. That's a bomb drop.
That's
You
what
should
Hey,
drop
that's
a
the
bomb on that.
bomb. Hey, y'all
That
get the
was one of my
lights up.
questions. Like, should
And then I don't want to
for
offend your
sure.
sisters, but that movie, The Woman King, was a piece of shit. You know
Tell
what it
them why,
was?
Judge.
The
Don't get
homie,
all
the
day.
homie
All
captured more black people
Yes. Talk
and
about it.
sold them into slavery than any other tribal group
Talk
in
about
Africa.
it. Talk
That's
about it.
like a bunch of Jews running around celebrating some Jewish women who were prostitutes for the Nazis and turned in a bunch of Jews to send them to Auschwitz, and they want to make a movie 80 years later celebrating them. That's how stupid that damn thing was. And I was over there at Paramount. I had free reign in the executive quarters because I was their number one money-making proposition. So I'm walking through there, and I'm a retired judge. I'm not one of these flunkies that's been trying to do make-believe since he's been 17 years old. So I listen, and they're talking about that. And I'm saying, ain't this a bitch? God damn, listen to these fools. They sitting up there, they talking about, Jarmus, we need some cash flow. Well, how about if we get something for the African Americans again? What are they going to buy? How about something about black women? All right, let's see. I saw the greatest thing, Charlie. What is it, Thomas? Well, it's this thing about they wanted to propose African queen, king, something like that, and it's like these black women that captured slaves and all of this thing. And it's a beautiful thing. We can have pick some African American actress or something, we can put her in there. They'd go flocking, we can get some cash flow. That's how they
Judge, what you think about them now in a lot of the movies, especially historical movies based towards us, they're having immigrants play the major roles in these.
Okay. All right. Isaiah Washington is a friend of mine. Isaiah is one hell of a horse rider, and you ought to see him get his John Wick on with a 45 automatic on a range with live ammunition. So he came up with a thing on Bass Reeves, and he put together a pretty decent series on it, but the networks wanted to run with another alternative series on Bass Reeves. Now, who is Bass Reeves? Anybody heard of the Lone Ranger?
Yeah, Idiot Territory.
Okay. The Lone Ranger is based on a black marshal named Bass Reeves, who has the distinction that in all of American law enforcement history, he arrested more people than any other cop in American history. They had a whole federal penitentiary with 4,500 people in it, out of which he had arrested 2,000 plus that he had caught and sent up there. So they used to tell stories about this black U.S. Marshal named Bass Reeves, and somebody got the idea way back in the late 1920s to do a radio show about the Lone Ranger who had Tonto. Well, Bass Reeves had several real live Indians that went along with him because it was Indian territory and they were Indian law enforcement. Now, the person they picked to play Bass Reeves was an Englishman. And they had a delay in the taping because this guy had never been on a horse and he kept falling off. So they had these scenes they had to contrive with this English guy who couldn't ride a horse to play Bass Reeves when Isaiah Washington actually looked like the real Bass Reeves, was a hell of a horse rider, knew how to handle a pistol, and was very much up on and enthusiastic about what was going on and wrote the doggone scripts. So instead of pushing him, they go and get somebody to be funded by the usual people that do the funding, and this guy couldn't even ride a horse. So yeah, they do that.
Wasn't he? Where was he from? Wasn't he from like? Was he Oklahoma, Arkansas, or somewhere like that?
Well, he lives in Los Angeles, California now,
Oh, I
but
thought he was
he
like from.
was a U.S. Marine. See, he was a real live badass. So they do that. And see, this always bothers me. I didn't go into Hollywood early. I was 50-some years old when they discovered me. I was the last judge on the James Earl Ray case, and they'd been covering me on effective sentencing and reducing recidivism and actually making a difference. So they bring me in. I'm in my early 50s, and I'm listening to these folk talk this nonsense, and I'm going, And they didn't like that because I wasn't, oh my God, Thomas, I'm so glad you've given me this opportunity. I've always dreamed of having a part like this. Oh my God. I'm so thrilled I'm going to come on myself. Oh my God, that's not the way I roll. So they didn't like it. But see, you get some real live people in this and they don't like them. Like James Cameron has the distinction of the 3 highest box office hits in movie into history: Titanic, Abyss, and that kind of thing. And they hate Cameron because he didn't start off as an actor. What he was an oceanographer, and he holds an interesting distinction. All by himself, he went down second deepest in a submersible in human history, 36,000 feet down to the bottom of the Marianas Trench. Some years before, 2 U.S. Navy officers went down 400 feet deeper than him, but he went down 36,000 feet all by himself. And he was doing assignments for the U.S. Navy. So he's the one that did the exploration of the Titanic wreck, which is how he made the movie so authentic. And that was cover for him doing a contract thing for the U.S. Navy to recover some spent Soviet missiles. So that's what he did, and Hollywood hates his guts because he's for real. They hated me because I'm coming in and I did this for real. You got all these folk trying to play me. I'm the real thing.
Yep.
And they didn't like that.
Yeah.
And, it's like, well, we've got this cocktail hour, Judge. You need to come and we brought some of your colleagues. So they had about 20-some judges from LA County Superior Court. So I'm cracking up because 16 of them I recruited to law school. Joe, it's good to see you, man. It's been years since I saw you. Yeah, baby, what's happening? Joe, it's so good to see you. You know them? Hell yes, I know them. Ask them where I know them from. So, oh, hell, that didn't come off too well. You can't impress me. I went to school right down, the other end of Sunset. It's called UCLA. You do remember that place. So they didn't like that because they're used to folk that are so into this make-believe and the money that's there. You wouldn't believe the money. And not that what they do isn't hard, but it's not really hard work. It's not the kind of thing where you have to put your life in jeopardy and go dig a ditch, and all this kind of stuff and really bust your back trying to do what you're doing. So you see these action adventure movies where the guys are going, yeah, man, we got to make a move, like we got to take this down, man. Yeah. And then you see the guy in actuality, oh, I just dreamed on myself. I was just so thrilled about it. The hell is this? Like, damn. What time is this? Black Panther. You like that movie?
No, I ain't like it.
It's good.
You ladies, you didn't go get your African robes and take your kids and put sandals on and go buy your tickets 3 weeks in advance.
Nope.
Okay. Did you like the Black Panther?
I think the production of it was good. The story.
Did you like the character?
The actual Black Panther?
No, the guy that acted it.
The one that
passed?
Bozeman, yeah. You like it?
As an actor, he seems like he all right.
He played James Brown in the movie.
Yep. And Jesse Owens.
Yeah,
Not Jesse, yeah,
he
wasn't Jesse
played
Owens?
Thurgood Marshall.
Thurgood Marshall.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he got all the roles.
Yeah, he got all
Yeah,
the black
but he
roles.
didn't look
Yeah,
like
how he
any
get
of
the
them.
roles?
But you want to see what time it really was? Did you see the movie Gods of Egypt?
Nah, I'm gonna have to go check that out.
I don't think
It's a
so.
sci-fi thing that deals with a fantasy, and they're going back to ancient Egypt, and they're going with the Egyptian gods. When you watch it, look at the very flaming god that keeps duplicating himself. He looks like he's tall in these robes, and he's just a flamer flipping away. That's him too.
Mm. But
So,
the thing is, though,
my
Judge,
bad.
like Topcatz was saying, we don't get to play our roles no more, especially real big roles. Like, remember, Denzel was able to play Malcolm and things like that, and Angela Bassett
He
even
played the
playing.
hell out of that too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
even
he
Angela
did.
Bassett playing Tina Turner, and that wasn't even a serious role, but it still was like, it was still something powerful
Cultural.
to us.
Right.
But when it come to Hollywood today, unless it's Ryan Coogler and
Wait a minute,
Michael B. Jordan.
First off, why does it bother you?
Because let me tell you why, Judge, and because I'm on the other side of the screen and I understand how powerful it is for whatever they put on that screen and how it affects the psyche of the people. So when I'm looking at them replace us with these foreigners and they don't have the soul, they don't have the communication energetically to speak to us and even speak to the character that they play.
Wait, hold on. You don't really think they're speaking to you. They have a script. Who do you think wrote the script?
But that's the thing, it's bigger than the script.
Right.
A lot of times.
No. I'm leading somewhere. You're helping me out here. Keep going with what you're doing.
I see what you're saying. I see where you're going with it.
No. When I was your age, we didn't give a damn about actors. We hardly knew who the hell they were. You know what we were focusing on? We had Stokely Carmichael, H. Rap Brown, we had Martin Luther King, we had Thurgood Marshall, we had veterans from Korea, World War II, World War I. It's some real ass kicking guys. We had Joe Louis. We had Muhammad Ali was a young man coming along. See, we had some real live ass kicking guys. We were not stuck on our heroes being masters of make believe and fantasy. You see what I'm saying?
But I think, Judge, that's not really accurate with what I'm trying to say, because if you understand Hollywood and the power that they have behind the screens, and I know you do, then you understand that they literally put the foreigners in these roles for a reason.
Oh yeah, if
it wasn't for a reason, Judge, they would let us play our own people. They specifically
you know what the reason is.
They specifically go get these people because they want to take something away from us in these roles. And I get what you're saying. In the 70s, y'all had Jim Brown and all these other people, O.J. Simpson, catching footballs and doing commercials. And that was cool because maybe it didn't affect you guys.
Jim Brown and O.J. Simpson weren't the heroes.
True, but we're not talking about heroes. I'm talking about any role. It's not even about the concept of the movie.
Here's what the thing is. They've conditioned the American public to think of heroes as, at best, if there's any real physicality to it, as an athlete. You got to be a football hero to get along with the beautiful girls, or an actor or a singer. None of those people are actually heroic because they don't do anything that involves real functional risk of life and limb. They get paid a whole hell of a lot for what they do. But the problem is once they cross the threshold, you get in a position like Bill Cosby, where he could actually put together the financial package to buy NBC twice. And you don't want that. So what Hollywood does is they will take off-brand folk, which is what they call us, and they will build us up and get lots of box office. But when you get too big, you do cut them back down to size. Like Tyler Perry. Tyler Perry doesn't get paid for what he does nearly what they would pay somebody white. But he likes that role because he's a little, and he likes the lifestyle.
Judge, he a little what?
A lot that way. So anyway,
Now
See,
you can say it on here, Judge.
I
This
know,
ain't
but
this. Okay,
I said it.
shut up.
So, you know, but the bottom line is see, one of the reasons they bring in outside people is, Thomas, we don't need to let these locals, you know, our domestic bunch get too high and mighty. They get difficult. So let's keep them on the back burner a little bit and bring somebody else in and give them a chance. We need new talent. Well, why don't you find somebody here? Well,
But Judge, she's talking about influence.
I
She's
know
Right.
the
talking about
influence,
Influence.
but
influence.
that's what I'm telling you. Whenever in Hollywood, somebody that is not part of being the gay bunch, is not part of the Jewish bunch,
Okay,
and
come on, talk to
secondarily
it. Now
the
you
white
talking to
bunch,
it.
they are not going to let you get but so far before they try to hold you down.
And who's they?
What's that?
Who's they?
The executives. See, it's like if you, okay, Larry Little, McCluggage, you know, that bunch working for CBS, Paramount, stuff like that. They used to be roommates in college, and somebody's uncle rather got them a job in Hollywood, and one of them was the other one's boss, and then they flip around after they get fired 6 or 7 times and rehired. They don't want somebody who really has the financial wherewithal from what they accumulated to get the authority and the power to really do
I
something to
got you.
change what they have. So they go get somebody from outside who's a complete newbie, and they call it, we're getting fresh faces and fresh talent. No, what they're doing is they're maintaining their power base because they don't want rivals.
All right, watch this here, Judge. I remember I spoke with
Did
you.
that answer your question? By the way, excuse me. Did it?
Nah, but I think I'm gonna bring a little more context to it. So you told us about in Africa, over in West Africa, when they first started and they built up a propaganda so they can, you know, make the culture in America and Africa, you know, them accepted. You remember that? What was the name of the movie? The series or the movie? It was real big in Africa, and it
Roots?
No, not Roots. It was before. It was real big in Africa when they took it out to Africa and they wanted to show them our culture. You told me a story about this. About
refresh my recollection.
Yeah, so it was about this superhero guy, and it basically was
Are you talking about that? That's Black Panther.
No, this was in Africa. This was in maybe the 70s or the 80s or the 60s. They took a movie to Africa. You said they culturally wanted to connect them with America through propaganda.
Yeah. Look, see here, look, let me explain something. Most people in the world look at America as a place of extreme opportunity. They can come over here and do what they were doing over there and get a whole lot of money for it and a whole lot of power for it.
Judge, I mean back in 1960s, in the 1960s.
I'm trying to think of what you're talking about. I'm filling time in because I don't remember right now what I was saying when you referred to that. Okay. If you can give me a few more clues, I might be able to get back into it. But seriously, the problem with Hollywood is, and aside from keeping folk locally, getting what Bill Cosby and some other folk became when they got big money and the ability to do something with it, they want to undercut the person and keep them on the back burner. Like Samuel Jackson's a great actor, but when's the last time you saw him in a movie?
We supposed to be answering that? Oh.
Yeah, anybody? It's been a while, hasn't it?
It's been a while.
Okay, when's the last time you saw Denzel in a movie?
Recently?
Gladiator 2.
Recently?
Yeah, but how long ago has that been?
2025.
Yeah. That was
2024,
that, yeah, but
December.
they used to be in a whole bunch of them, didn't he?
Right.
Okay, how about Morgan Freeman?
We forgot. I ain't even know if he was still with us in that.
Yeah, he is down in
Okay.
Mississippi. But you see, here's the problem. They make you big, and then they try to, okay, he's big enough. Let's keep him down there so he doesn't get any bright ideas.
Now we understand that
We
part.
understand
Yeah,
that, but wait, let
but
me
the
stop.
point is,
Wait, I want to
why
say
do
this
they
'cause
bring in the Africans instead of somebody from the
it's not
United
even
States?
Well,
that.
we know. We just gonna come out and say why.
It's not even
Yeah,
that. Let me
boom.
just
Just
say
come
it
out
what
and
it
say
is. Let
why.
me say
Tell me
what it
where
is.
you're going. Tell me
There's
where.
a concerted effort to take us out of our roles and replace us with the Africans. There's
That's what I'm
also
saying.
another. Wait, hold on. There's also another parallel concerted effort to take our culture and bring it over there to them so that they can look and kind of play our culture, kind of look like they want them to play it better than us. And what I'm saying is there's a purposeful reason for them to take us out of our roles. And yes, I do believe that it is to keep us economically and socially at a certain standpoint. I do agree with that, but it's never just one thing that they do things for. So I know for a fact that it's a social issue, an economic issue, a control issue, and it's also something deeper than that on the level to where we can't even play our own heroes no more. We can not even heroes. We can't even play our own selves. Like if they created a book or a story about a Black American right now, African American, whatever you want, they'll go to England and say, oh, we got them because they're cheaper. And that's not the truth. It is true in some cases, but that's not why they went and got them.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, they want to merge the culture.
I
Basically, what
misunderstood
you're
what you were
saying.
talking about.
One more thing,
I
Judge.
get it.
One more thing, Judge, on that. So basically, it's not just England, but they're culturally trying to connect the Black Americans here with the immigrant. We know through the DACA program, even before then, the in 65 through the Immigration Act when the Africans was coming over. And like you spoke about, you had two African roommates.
That's not what they're doing. Look,
No. Hold on one second, Judge. I'm gonna land right here. 10 seconds. So basically, the culture, because even in New Orleans with the Essen Festival, now you know all of the beautiful women used to go there, and then once the African comes in, they took over the culture, and it flopped. The other day, Michael B. Jordan and the Oscars, the Grammys, and they started saying his father, the guy in Black Panther, they started saying his father is from Ghana, and these type of things here, and they want to connect us culturally, but they're totally disregarding us. Even with these Black politicians, they're no longer getting the Black vote now, and we see how many people voted for Trump, how many of our people supported Trump. You know, a lot of people, even our age groups, are leaning conservative in a lot of ways, especially in the colleges now, where there's a lot of funding going on in a lot of those colleges, especially HBCUs, but it's still people. The people today, they understand this immigration problem for us people that's the same color as us.
Let me say this. That may be an element of what's going on, but there's also this. The movie industry, now television industry, has shaped what youth all over the world perceive is hip for the last 120 years. The Nazis knew it, the communists knew it, the rest of the world knows it. And what happens is Black America has basically got the copyright on appearing to be a badass. Now, part of this driving engine is because they have emasculated the Western world so thoroughly that young guys all over the world, from Tokyo to Moscow to Beijing to Berlin to Sydney, they look at the imagery, let's just say gangster hip hop rap, and they look at somebody that's bad. So what happens is Africa is interested in that same kind of thing because it's lost its soul, so to speak, and it's looking for some new image. So Black America provides that, and people, young guys, need some reassurance. Now, I'm in Sydney, Australia, all right? My date at the time. She was a former Miss Washington, D.C., beautiful sister. And we're down here in this club that Rupert Murdoch is letting everybody to stay in his 28-story hotel, stay there for free, no charge for anything. All right. We're in this nightclub. We're the only black folk in there, though there are some aboriginals in. And the guy on the stage, the MC, is putting on this show, and he says something like this. Hey, Maud, we're going to have a real nice time tonight. We're really rocking it, ain't we? He said, now I see somebody out in the audience I know. Tommy, come on up here. Tommy, that's my nigga. Come on up here. So we're going like, damn. And you see, I've seen that in Florence, Firenze. I've seen that in other places, France, Paris, and they try to emulate this black stuff. So what happens is when you get somebody who is African, he's trying to put on an impression. And they get him, and they're trying to do this reach out thing. Have you noticed that there's been no substantive change in rap in 45 going on 50 years? Sounds the same. The lyrics have gotten a little bit more raunchy, but it's the same. But if you analyze American music going back 230 some years, even amongst the white folk, the typical music style lasts from 7 to 9 years max, but we've had something that lasted for going on 50, and it hasn't really changed. Why? Because it sells, and we don't control the finances. The people that control the finances are trying to spread that out there. So maybe an answer to your question is all of the things you're saying with the element of it's big money and it sells well. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it, but let's expand it. So let's take this thing over here and we get a broader base over in Africa. And frankly, Hollywood does not have a big cash flow. And they run all kinds of crazy illegal stunts, insider training to raise money. They do stuff where they cheat on your contracts. You have to have a crew of lawyers and forensics accountants to keep them from stealing your money. And it's just the filthiest place you've ever dealt with. So when they do this game of bringing somebody in to play us, it's these guys are acted. They're not being themselves. So it's kind of sort of, he can act like this too. What's his name? Idris? Is that his name?
Yeah, like
No.
brainwash.
I'm
Yeah,
trying to be quiet. Let me shut
No,
up.
no, no, no,
no,
no.
bro, turn up.
No,
Sister
what's his
Freedom,
name?
get in there.
Idris?
Freedom, you.
I'm trying. I swear to
Wait,
God.
wait.
I'm
What's
trying.
the guy,
I swear to God.
Idris?
I'm trying to let the
But
judge.
see,
Yeah,
you
we know
give it-
Idris.
See, you know what your problem is here, and why we're having a difference is not that you're not right. It's just you have to understand how really pathetic Hollywood is.
It's not just Hollywood.
I mean, the whole industry. See, this is the other thing, too. Essentially, if all of this went away, it wouldn't change the price of what you pay at a grocery store.
Nah,
It wouldn't get you more gas in your tank. It wouldn't increase your paycheck
Goes
unless you're
off.
in that entertainment industry. So the problem is that right now, the American public is focusing too much on this is reality. It's not.
Yeah,
nah,
but
but
Judge,
there's
I'm sorry.
The
Go ahead,
reality
Freedom.
no,
Go ahead.
is
Go ahead.
go ahead.
that they're doing mental brainwashing with us.
There you
Yes,
go.
they are.
It's
That's
mental
the
brainwashing.
main point of this thing.
What I mean, it's like the people that fall for believing that they're African, they keep playing on their minds.
Yeah, and
And
ours
it's like
too.
they're trying to force us to believe that we are African.
And we're not.
We're not. We are American.
Exactly.
We are the
Okay.
people of
But-
this land. So they try to do it even through the television. They try to do it through the
To
news.
the music,
And now
yeah.
the music, all of this. the issue is, and the point is that every race in the whole world copies off the Indian, the Black Americans, if that's what you want to call them.
Okay, fine.
Race, I don't care who it is, what race it is.
Okay.
They're only copying off of everything.
Okay, so I said that. So what are we gonna do about it?
But this is the thing, Judge. Let me say this. The problem isn't that they just copying. When you say expand our culture, when you say expand our culture, that literally steals our culture away from us. And everybody knows. Hold up, Judge. Hold up. Because what happens is
that we are Africans. I mean, they literally say we can go back to our country. You've never been there.
I say this.
Let me break it down this way. How many of you eat sushi?
No,
I don't eat sushi.
Help me out.
How many of you go to an Asian restaurant?
Wait a minute. Here's the thing, Judge.
No, I'm making a point. I know what you're saying.
They don't.
I don't think that's a comparison.
They don't cook like us. They don't dress
No. See,
their
this is a propaganda tactic.
Different than us. They don't eat macaroni.
Look,
you're
illustrating what I'm listening to right now illustrates the success of the propaganda. When you get your target talking like using the phraseology and the language that you're trying to get them to use, you've been successful. See, my perspective, I'm a lot older than anybody here. I guess I'm an old man. Don't feel like it, but I am. So the problem is I saw this developing, and I remember the way it used to be, and I'm saying, you know what? They were really successful with what they've done. Now, here's the point I'm making.
That's what
how many of you go to an Italian restaurant?
You didn't say anything about it?
No, I did. That's why I quit. I was making $50 million every few weeks, and I just said, fuck you. I'm tired of this shit. I'm not being part of it. Now, the bottom line is this. I like Italian food, all right? Anybody else like Italian food?
If we cook it at home,
like spaghetti.
Yeah, we cook it at home.
Do you? Let me hold on a second. Do you think Italians get upset that we like Italian food?
They shouldn't, because they're not the real Italians. But that's not
we don't really eat that.
That's not the point. I don't think that's the point, though.
That's not the point.
With semantics.
That's not the point.
Playing with semantics.
That's not.
They don't even
semantics. But it's. Look, I know how to run propaganda.
Voodoo. I'm really trying to hear the point that he is really trying.
Look, here's the point.
They're not getting.
ISIS, you can jump in.
Here's the point. Italians don't get mad because you sell Italian food or you buy it at home.
What
you know, you got some white folk playing who are.
But we can't get on that. But we can't jack their culture and be like, yeah.
Okay, hold on.
They're not having it.
Hold on. Do you think everybody that played in The Godfather is a Sicilian?
No.
No.
But you see, here's what the deal is. Yeah. What are we talking about right here? That would be like the Italian
brainwashing.
We are getting. See, I'm making a point here. We're getting upset because people are playing us. We play everybody else. Everybody plays themselves or other people, and nobody gets upset. But they've got us conditioned to spend a lot of time that we could be putting on something positive, because we are fighting what we think is an attack on us. It's not. It's called a diversion.
Now, I can agree with it being a diversion. It's not the fact that we're complaining about it. We're just saying we understand what's taking place.
That's not what I'm saying. Hold on, that's not what I'm saying.
No. Watch this. Hold on, bro. No, that's what I'm gonna say. Judge, I'm gonna say the reason why they're doing it. The reason why they're doing it is the same reason why like you said, gunners should be lined up in front of the firing squad. That's why they felt that comfortable and bold enough to go and ask for reparations on our behalf. So, yes, but watch this here, Judge. And again, Judge,
it's a hustle they're pulling.
It is a hustle, and they're using us. But look, Judge, you told me in 1967, y'all voted on the word black, and once y'all
We
voted
didn't
on the
vote
word
on it.
black,
We just sort of picked it. It
okay,
was
when y'all picked it,
Afro-American at first, then it went to, well, no, it went Negro, it went colored,
no, just
Negro,
black.
black, and then Afro-American, then it went back to black.
Right
But
now,
that's
black. Hold on, now this black title,
Afro,
Judge.
not African. Afro,
Judge, nothing.
African.
But Judge, I think black is the worst thing that ever happened to us because with that black label, that's what gave them the power to even come run the propaganda or diversion, as you just called it. And it is the same reason why Gunner got his confidence because they had Umar Johnson.
Wait. Well,
Judge,
hold
it
on a
wasn't
second.
just Africans at the UN speaking on behalf of the Reparations. It also was people from America. You had Dr. James Smalls out there. You had Umar Johnson. You had different people of influence, I guess. I don't know. We don't think they're so influential.
Okay,
But
let
they
me
are
ask you this
making money
question.
in Africa.
Do you
And
pay it?
sir?
I don't want to interrupt you, but do you pay
Yes, sir.
attention to how white folk talk about themselves?
I do. Yes, sir.
Okay. Why do they get upset about this kind of thing?
Nah, see, Judge, it's not that we're upset. We're just pointing out,
This
saying we
is why I
understand.
wanted to make my
Okay,
point, so y'all
all
can
right.
understand where I was.
All right,
I get your
go ahead, and then
point.
we're gonna let
I
ISIS get in. Go
I
ahead,
get
boo.
your point. But let me tell you where I'm coming from. I'm trying to teach a lesson here. I was the teaching assistant for a visiting professor, a professor emeritus from the University of Moscow during the height of the Cold War. This woman was head of the propaganda section for the KGB at one time. I worked with her for a year, and she taught me a whole lot about how propaganda worked. What I'm looking at right now in the context of me being her teaching assistant in 1968 and looking at what you're saying right now, she said one day, she said, you're going to see what the product of this is going to be, and it's going to sound just like what they're trying to do. And that's exactly what I'm hearing.
Yeah,
You see,
and
one of
Judge.
the tactics is this, I won't be long on it, is
No,
this.
I apologize.
You get the target of your propaganda to spend a whole lot of time getting mad about the propaganda, which distracts them from taking all of the energy, talent, brain
And
power
action.
they have and not answering it. You don't answer the
I
propaganda.
said action. Nah, put it in
No,
action.
but the point is, what action do you take? They want to distract you from what you ought to be doing and refocus you on what they're trying to get you to do with their propaganda. They
But
want you
Judge,
to do
black.
just exactly what you're doing right now. In
Yes,
other words, it's the diversion.
but black was the cause. That's what we're saying. Without black, they wouldn't have been this successful.
That's
Yes, the
not
black
quite it.
movement, Judge, the black movement ruined us.
No,
We
it
got
didn't
nothing
ruin
good
you.
from black. I'm finna tell you why I say that. Because under the black, we had political prisoners, we had assassinations of our real leaders, the ones you called yourself badasses, like Malcolm and the guys that was out there, Ali, and these guys that really kick your ass. And also, we got the crack era, we got the 3 strikes, we got the crime bill in '94. These things, private prisons, education. We got so now, and we're not a victim because we agree. Do for yourself. Ain't nobody coming to save us. So we're not asking the government for shit or none of that. You know, we gonna build our own. Right, we gonna build on our own.
All right.
But what we do want to point out that black all of that under black, even with the film, the boys in the hoods and the music, the hip hop culture you just spoke about has been around. You said it is, yes, it is a lot of money come out of it, but the message that it pushes and the culture that it creates, under black, they call it black culture. Hip hop is under black culture, and we're saying black culture allowed them, because they took our mind mentally over to Africa, and now they're replacing us with all of these immigrants. And these immigrants have more through the DACA program that Obama set out. Trump ended it, which I'm glad he did, because they should have been out of there. But they produced all of those doctors. A lot of those people made a lot of money for free, and they got opportunity that our people didn't. Just as you spoke of earlier, when they took the people started going overseas. Right after World War II, a lot of those companies started going overseas, and so they didn't have to pay taxes or tariffs. Well, that's the same situation now. That's why all of the politics is going towards immigration. The Democrats, the liberals, they're not speaking on our behalf. They act like we don't even live in America. They act like we don't even live here. They're only concerned with pushing the immigration policy, the immigrants, and to get them citizenship. They're even asking for reparation for these people. Like the lady in Minnesota that's coming to Somalia and out of Minnesota. These things like this here, they're totally disregarding us on purpose, and it's because we fell under this black caste system, under this caste system called black. That judge, I love you to death, but you helped create it.
Okay, look, let me put it to you this.
You have back chat when you're talking. It's coming out.
It's not only the black thing, it's the fact that they're calling us African American.
Right.
Making us immigrants.
Right.
It's mainly that for me.
But we came up with that term. They didn't.
Well, but the we
I agree.
about that we, right? So who was the we? Because
well, okay, it's 1967.
There you go. Okay, that's what we want to
This is the last year of the baby boomer. Last baby boomer was born the year before. All right, 1966. This is at the height of the power of the United States in the world. Vietnam was just starting off. Everything was good. The cost of living was huge. Segregation had been officially ended. There were a lot of opportunities. And what happens is that, unfortunately, we get focused on something that does not do us good. See, I took martial arts, let's see, I started off when I was 8, so that's about 70 years ago. And there's this thing called a fint, whether you're talking about boxing, karate, or other forms of martial arts. And it's like, I fake like I'm going here. You go for my left, and then I come around and I tag you with the right because you went for the fint. So that same kind of thing that you do for martial arts, you also do when you're trying to control stuff. You put out a fint and you get the person that you've targeted to go for the fint, and they don't pay attention to what they really need to pay attention to. I'm not getting on anybody, understand why we are where we are, but I am not exactly addressing your question or anybody else's, because it's not the right question nor the right complaint. It's what's been put in your head by giving you something to react to, and it's carefully thought out. Now, I have set in.
I think it started off being a fad.
Well, that too, but let me explain what happened and how they got there. Some of you may have heard me say this, but in 1967, it cost 50 cents to go to a movie. Every Thursday night and every Sunday night, they had 2 new movies,
for a nickel,
cartoons, and
popcorn costs a nickel.
Yeah, well, yeah, popcorn was a nickel, 50 cents to go in. You walk in anytime you wanted to. But color TV, and I told folk this, expanded from something like this to big square screens like regular TV. So people were staying home watching color TV, and Hollywood was going broke. So somebody came up with several ideas, one of which was, instead of us changing the movies every Thursday and Sunday, let's keep them at the movies as long as people will come. Well, let's do something else. Instead of making all these movies, let's just have them have one. And instead of 50 cents for 2, walk in anytime you want, you pay $1.50 3 times the price. You get one movie. It stays for several weeks if it can. And what happens is you come in on time and you leave on time. And popcorn is now not a nickel, it's 25 cents a
Judge,
here.
Judge,
Okay, now hold on. I'm getting to us. Now, with that, you have to have something to bring people in. I later got a hold of it. I grew up in LA and I went to UCLA, and some friends of mine took television and motion picture production. And every now and then I'd sit in and listen to what they were telling these Hollywood aspirants they needed to do to get in the industry. So somebody came up with the bright idea that they would go target audiences that were craving to see themselves on the big screen. Who is that? That's us. So what they came up with was movies to appeal to us. They had an idea in a debate I found out about later, whether they get the Sidney Poitier responsible type movie where people would aspire to do great things or go to the lowest common denominator, pimps, hoes, drug dealers, murderers, thieves, and they could bring in the biggest audiences and get the best box offices. So they went that way. And in the meanwhile, there was another thing going on, which was black people are getting dangerous. This was a time when it is not like it is now. People were actually going out on armed patrols of their community to make sure the police and the thugs didn't do certain things. They had shootouts, and it was viewed as something so unusual that they
This
were
how
going
we get
to.
black.
Wait a minute, the imposters, the thieves
No,
wanted to
no,
claim
these.
America. Let me just say this, please.
Go ahead.
They want America. They want to claim it for themselves. They even have the audacity to tell us to go back to Africa and all kinds of stuff.
Who's
Like
telling you that?
Wait a minute, like America belongs to them. So when the Fed came, they said to themselves, okay, Afro-American. Okay, y'all want to call y'all because y'all wearing afros. It's a fad. It's during this time when what's they call them when them ladies walk around with the big flowers in their head, they had, Woodstock and all that kind of stuff, around that fad time, different dressing and all this here kind of stuff. So they took it and they took advantage of it. And now they done added the Ken on the Afro. So now you African now it's something cute for a minute.
That's
But
not
they
how they
really making a
work.
plan. They really making a plan that they're gonna mentally make you believe, just like they made you believe in their God and everything else, that you are African. So they done made up this whole thing that goes with it. They done brought slaves over
Okay,
here. Wait,
okay.
wait a minute, Judge. Just you gave us your scenario. I'm just giving you another way to look at this whole thing. You said you stood back and looked at it playing out. So did I. Because there was a time that we was never calling ourselves anybody African. It was
Well, let me ask you a
offensive at a
question. Let
time.
me
It
ask
was
you a
offensive.
question.
No,
Let me
wait a
ask you a
minute. It was
question. Go ahead.
offensive at a time, okay? What I'm saying to you is this has been a whole play on situation that we allowed to play on us. It's a game.
Why do you go for it?
So then that way, long as we playing the game with them, they can say they own America and
Okay.
we don't.
Why do you go for it?
All right, now watch this here, Judge. Now that's a great question. Now
Why do you go for it?
hold on, Judge.
Because
I want to show something because we had a sister Isis here. Now she's in her early 20s. Now I know you're looking at it like you said from the psychology and from the era 1968 when that lady read that and she said that it'll play out. I want you to just hear from the youth today on their mind and their thoughts on it. Sister Isis, can you give us your take on how you viewing it? You're on mute.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
go ahead.
On my take specifically about the immigrants trying to BS.
No, we're talking about the name now.
Yeah, Black. How do you feel about Black? The name Black.
I was taught as a young child that I'm not black, and that from Black Law Dictionary and all these different things that off rip it meant death. And you know, we go with it and we go for it, and I'm black, I'm this, I'm, you know, black, I'm black and I'm proud. This is things that was pushed on us growing up as a young child, so it's already in your psychosis. So when you get older, people don't question these things, but I've always known that, I mean, you know, black is a color, so it never made sense as a child, just that simple.
Well, culturally, sister, and politically too, just the political propaganda that's being pushed on us.
Okay. May I ask a question? What would you like to call yourselves?
Who we are, who our family told us we were.
What would you like to call yourself?
Boo, go ahead, Boo. I'm sorry.
I'll answer. I don't think I know it's not about what we call ourselves. And I think for us to have the conversation about the name is intellectually dishonest. That was none of this is my point. Us calling ourselves black, and I get it, you help usher that term in, but you don't understand what it has done since you've done that, right? Because under the term black, like Topcatz was saying, we have lost economically, socially, politically, in all ways possible. Because under the term black, the same way I was saying earlier, we got them putting our culture over in Africa, giving them our culture, and then having them play us. And under this umbrella, these people are literally stealing our birthrights. They literally stealing what's owed to us right now today.
Why you let them?
Wait.
Africans wasn't calling themselves black. It's the
not
word African that bothers us.
Yeah, we was like, I think, like the young sister said.
All right, let me ask you a question.
But
What
Judge,
do you call yourself? Answer the question. What do you call yourself?
We were born into it. That's what we're saying, Judge.
No,
so
what do you call yourself? To give
me my grandma,
our color Americans. How about Indian? Because that's
my family told me they were Cherokee. I grew up. My grandpa was one of the first black men to drive buses in Texas. So, and he was full-blooded Cherokee. So we had a record. So that's what we were taught when we were young.
You're not gonna find everybody that you run into that looks like us is a Cherokee.
No. I wouldn't say that. No, you asked. So I'm saying in the house, at the age of understanding, that's what we're taught. So
my question is a simple one. What do the assembled group, propose that somebody calls?
Well, it's gonna be simple because we don't have the same mothers and fathers.
I know, but what do you propose?
I don't care what we call ourselves. I care about we getting robbed. I don't give a damn what we call ourselves. I think that conversation is ridiculous to have. Under the term black, we're being robbed.
Okay, hold on. You can always walk around with your hardware and say you want to rob me. All right, let's get your John Wick on. Let's see who survives. But let me put it to you this way. You've got 4 squad cars. Somebody just held up the liquor store and shot 2 people in the liquor store, all right? And you're looking for a suspect. You can say there are 2 male whites. One of them is 5'6", and the other one is 6'1", and this is what they have on. Now, when it comes to describing, say, one of us who might have pulled off the hold up and been involved, how do you describe us real quick so somebody will get the idea of what's being looked for?
Listen, I'm gonna say
what
this.
What term should we use?
Even
real quick. You got minutes, seconds to make the thing.
African.
So we've got an African here who is doing what?
I said, even if they call us black, that does not make us African, because Africans were not calling themselves black.
What do you care?
Johnny come lately term for them. They never, and a lot of them still don't call themselves black.
Why do you care?
I
care because I'm not,
can I ask you a question?
2 separate entities.
Let me ask the judge a question right quick, because I understand he was talking about the politics and the reason why they came up with using the term black. But as a person of this land, what was going through y'all mind when y'all was giving us a new name? Because I don't understand.
We
didn't give ourselves black, baby.
Wait, I'm not saying that. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
White folk didn't start it. We did.
I know that's not what I'm saying. Y'all not letting me talk.
Judge.
No, hold on, Judge. She talking now. Sister Freedom. Come on, boo. Talk to him.
Over here. Come
He
on,
said-
talk to me. Miss Red Bandana, go ahead. Tell us.
What
about
I'm
Boo,
saying- No, I'm trying to get it out. Every time I talk, y'all go off on something that's way off.
Nah, go ahead. You got the mic. We finna go on mute. It's just you and Joe Judge in here.
When
Turn
I'm
up.
asking, when I'm
And you gotta bring that
asking
New Orleans out though. You gotta talk to him.
No.
Yeah.
Listen, this is what I'm asking, because I'm looking at the results. I don't care about none of this other stuff. All of this, or what they could just shed a culture here and there. I don't like it, but that's not the most valuable point here. Right now, under the term black, and also under the system, under highly weird and all of this other stuff, we are currently being stolen from day after day, minute by minute. Everybody profits off of Black America, right?
Everybody.
And I heard you say earlier that they were trying to keep us at a certain pace and just go get it cheaper to get actors from the other side. And what I was telling you is deeper than the money. They understand when they take us out of our roles, what that does to our psyche when we watch these things, how it keeps us in a subservient place psychologically, emotionally, spiritually, and all types of stuff. So it's not just about money to go get these people. All of these things, the term black, them playing our roles, all of these things are conscious, concerted efforts to lead us up to being where we are now, stuck as NPCs, slaves with no real identity, because we're trying to figure it out because everybody else claims it. Every other melanated person in the world gets to say that they black, even though prior to coming here, they refused to say that they was black. But as soon as black came, or as soon as being black came with monetary gain, now it's hard for us to be able to say we the only real black ones because everybody else pulling up. And what I'm saying to that is, part of the reason why we're here today is because the decision y'all made in 1967. I want to know what the psychological mindset was for y'all to give us a new name. I don't know if y'all maybe I don't know if any of y'all played chess and thought about the long-term effects, but what I would like to know is, how do you feel? Now, I ain't gonna say that. What was going through y'all head to even give us a new name, especially knowing we were still battling with identity then?
Well, let me say, can I say this before Judge say something? First of all, Voodoo, we didn't give ourselves a black name.
I know that.
Put on us,
I know that.
And we ebonically made it popular, okay? But it was
let me ask you a question. Where did you get that information?
Can I say that? Wait a minute, Judge Brown. Jesse Jackson came up with the African or Afro.
No, he didn't.
American.
No, he didn't.
Okay,
no, he didn't.
Somebody did. You told us about a little meeting y'all
Okay.
had.
I'm just asking you.
Let's judge. Yeah,
I have a question to ask you that I want you to answer.
Now, hold on, Judge. Hold on, y'all, because I don't want to get out Voodoo quick, because she been trying to get a point out for like an hour now. Hold on, bro.
Well, I just have one question to ask anybody. Where did you get this information that white folk came up with calling us black?
No, we didn't. We know that black people, so-called black people, or you guys. See, look, Judge, you asked us. We know that y'all came up with it. You told us 1967.
Yeah, that's
Nation of Islam was there. It was other parties. If you want to say it, I'll let you say it. But you said it before, and I had another question. But Judge, okay, my family member is Al Edwards, Texas representative. He was with Jesse Jackson, Martin Luther King, when Jesse Jackson ran for president. He the one that they call him Mr. Juneteenth or whatever, but he out of Polk County, out in Houston, Texas. But they having Juneteenth in Africa now. Juneteenth was a Texas holiday. These are the things. It's deeper than just Hollywood and all that. They're really, yes, sir. So I want to get off of that though. I want Miss Vu to get a point out, and I want you and the sister with the red in the red to just have that conversation.
Go ahead.
No, so I was asking, what was like, how was it presented to you guys to change a name or to give us a new identity, and what was going through y'all head when it came up? Because again, I wasn't born in the 60s or there, but I just want to know what was going through y'all head.
Okay, most of us in 1967 that were old enough to do anything about it grew up various parts of the country where you saw signs colored only, white only. No colored except when accompanied by a responsible white person. All right. And then the trend that started right before World War II with black folk who were educated, they wanted to be called Negro. That was the original term anyway, because the slaves were advertised as Negroes by the Spaniards who had acquired them when British pirates, English pirates, stole the slave ships, and we have a cargo of Negroes.
Yeah, but Judge,
So,
Negro,
hold on. She
but
asked me a question. I'm
yes, sir.
trying to
You're right.
answer.
You're right. You're right. Yes, sir. I apologize.
So anyway, it had gotten popular after World War II to say Negro. But you see, Negro is Spanish. So it was kind of sort of, why in the hell are we calling each other something Spanish? You know anybody that's Spanish that you grew up with? No, I don't know anybody. No, habla español except you took it in school. So why are we calling each other a Spanish name? And then, see, we had all over the place white only and white man's burden and white power. You know, they had that back then. And the white civilizations, that's how the Europeans addressed themselves. So we were saying, you know, just, and then the Chicanos, they were calling themselves brown, and then you had the red man and then the yellow peril and all of that. So it was easy enough, just slang wise, to say black. So how did black get spread? It wasn't white folk. It was like Big Willie played football. We were in the student union. Some white guy was saying, "You Negroes," and he said, "Is black." And he said, "Well, I want to say Negro." So he grabbed him and picked him up with one hand and said, "I said it's black. If you say Negro one more time and I hear you, I'm putting my foot in your ass." And that's kind of like how it got spread. It wasn't nice. It wasn't the way these folk do it now. We grew up in an era where everybody had 15, 20, 30 fights on the playground growing up. So it wasn't any big thing to punch somebody in the jaw, and that's what happened a lot. So
Can I ask you a question, Judge? Did they come to y'all and ask y'all about the name change, or did y'all go to whoever?
We just used it.
How did it even come up that we about to change our name? Because I
We
know
didn't do it. No, it's like, how does it come up with some of the slang that we use right now? Did anybody take a poll that we're going to do it, or it just gets used and it spreads because it becomes the pop thing to do?
But that's different, Judge, because a slang don't get put into actual situations.
No, it does.
Politics.
Politics.
It does.
Slang don't
Oh,
get
yes,
into
it does. Yes, it does. You see, and it's how what you do with it and what you think about it. If I say the word gay, what do you think about it?
Nah, let's deal with white people.
No,
because
I'm making a big point
That's not
because
the
I got a
same.
specific example. Gay means what to you now? Obviously, we all know.
Yeah.
But then again, 80 years ago, 75 years ago, one of the biggest black nightclubs, Negro nightclubs, colored nightclubs in Memphis was known as the Gay Hawk. So that meant something totally different 70 years ago, 60 years ago, 50 years ago, even 40 years ago than it means now. So you see, language changes. Nobody went around and said, you know, we're going to name this because somebody just named it. Now,
Who?
Mr.
Hold on, Judge. I have two
questions. Wait, Topcatz.
Okay.
Before we move on, I just want to know, Judge, did y'all go to somebody and say we changing the name? Or
No. It's like people were saying Negro in 1966, and then somebody said, no, it's black. You know, we just call each other. We're not Spanish.
So how did it get political?
So then people started calling each other black. So that spread. And it's like, if you want to start a fad, 60 years ago, with the technology had then, a fad took about 6 weeks to spread through mainstream America, just a fad. So it became a fad in 1967 to say black, and it spread. It wasn't anybody did it. I was there. I remember we used to say Negro, and then it became, well, we're black, and then it went Afro-American. because there was a popular term that came up the other way, which was Euro-American. And people started saying Euro-American, and it just went Afro-American, and then went back to black. And it wasn't anything where somebody said, we're going to call ourselves this. It just happened.
So how did it get to legal documentation? How did it
Because
get to be on our birth
just like
certificate?
right now, you
Yeah,
have
how
the
did they end up
term
on the birth
gay.
certificate?
That's why I brought up gay. Gay is mentioned in official documents. It's mentioned in specific laws now, and it didn't even mean that, but that's what they have in the law. That's how you get there. How did gay get put in the law?
That's not the same.
Obama.
What's different
Obama.
about it?
Obama. We know
You talking
Obama.
about a
Obama did that.
Well, no, excuse me. See, you're going for the propaganda.
No,
How-
I'm not. I'm trying to get the answer.
You know what you're doing? That's part of the propaganda, because they used to say black folk couldn't independently come up with an idea. It had to be some evil black man that came in and led the good Negroes or good colored to do these crazy things, because black folk weren't supposed to be able to independently as a group listen to what's going on, analyze what's going on, and collectively reach a consensus. Now, it's not somebody imposes, or opposes. It's just that black people arrived at a consensus about 1967 to start calling each other black. You had people who would say, I'm not black, look at me. Well, you know, it's just a label. So,
Hey, hold on, bro. Ask him. Have you ever heard of FBA, Judge? Have you ever heard of FBA?
Foundational Black Americans.
Yeah,
What
so,
the hell does that
okay.
mean?
So is that fad of black? Is that similar
That's
to
fad.
now?
That's fad. I remember when it started.
So I'm saying FBA is a fad like black.
Yeah, how
started
did that
as a fad.
start? How'd that start? White folks
Well, I was around. I was around.
Foundational Black Americans, or are we going to take a poll and a vote and decide we're going to call each other Foundational Black Americans?
So basically what you're saying is
it just happen?
Because no white folks did start FBA, right?
Okay, have you ever heard tenderoni? The word tenderoni.
Yeah.
Now, hold on, Judge. Wait, hold on, Judge.
I'm making a big point here. Where'd tenderoni come from?
Splacavelli.
No, I didn't.
Yeah. Nah, I mean, I'm younger than that, Judge.
Bobby Brown.
But where'd it come from?
Bobby Brown.
No, it didn't me. I was a DJ at a thing out there, and there was a guy named
I was getting ready to say the same thing.
There was a guy named Bunchy Carter who was the head of the Black Panthers in Southern.
How did we get here?
Hold on. I'm showing you how. You ask how these things started. Okay, what happened is this. You ever heard of the Barcades?
Yeah.
Okay, now here's how it started. There was a guy named Bunchy Carter, and he had done some penitentiary time, and he was chairman of the Slawsons, which was a street gang in L.A. He went to the prison. He came back out, and he became chairman of the Black Panther Party in Southern California. He always said, hey, man, it's like on the macaroni side, man. It's fine on the macaroni side. It's tender on the macaroni side. Well, he got gunned down and killed by some us folk at UCLA in 1968. He got murdered. So I was a DJ at Trinity Avenue Elementary School, where we set up something that some brothers put together, and we were doing our thing. And I was the DJ. So I took his thing, tender on the macaroni side, and I started saying tenderoni. That picked up. And then when I came to Tennessee as a lawyer a couple of years later, very early 1970s, Marie Dobson, whose husband was the lead singer for Barcades, was there. And I said, man, that's a real tenderoni. Lloyd Brown, what did you just say? I said, tenderoni. So when her husband came down to pick her up from work, he said, baby, come in here. Joe, tell him what you said, tenderoni. And they did a song with it. Now, you see, that was nobody's calculation, but it was a big phrase in America at one point in time. And nobody intentionally started. It just started.
But how did it get from a fad to politics? How did it
it's like
an official term?
I just gave you the word.
Okay, no, hold on, no, wait,
hold on.
Judge.
You got to understand,
We just going around the
G-A-Y.
circle, man.
In other words,
We going around the
G-A-Y used to be the hip black nightclub in Memphis.
Nah, we
and other
get that.
places.
We
That's
get
not
that,
But
Judge.
now it
we
is an
talking about
official
renaming
word.
a whole
No,
group of people.
but I'm talking about it's in law now.
Okay,
where
yeah,
this
okay, now,
slang
Judge.
word that formerly used to mean having a good time.
All right. Yes, sir, Judge. We
So
understand
now
that.
it becomes in law. You ask how it happens.
Okay, now,
It's
Judge.
because colloquialisms become formal parts of the English language. They just get adopted.
Wait a minute, Judge. You had the best memory on case law. Okay, so can you tell us how black ended up in politics? Now you judge Joe Brown.
Because look, what happened was okay. We
all
had,
right,
okay,
now
let me say this. Okay, I'm going to give you another example. When you think of, when you think of frats, when you think of fraternities, hold on. No, I'm giving you
no
this.
examples.
I'm going to tell you how it spreads. I'll give you a spread.
No, we don't want the spread, Judge. We want the court.
You want to know how it gets out there.
And how did it get into politics, Judge?
Well, it got into
case
politics
laws?
the same
Who brought
way
it?
anything else gets in, because people use it.
What people? We just so
okay,
Judge.
all right. Bear with me.
Give us some names, Judge.
There are no names.
All
Bear
right,
with me. Bear with me.
All right.
Okay. When you think of fraternities, they step, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you know where that started? It was in Los Angeles at the frat games. What happened is the dean of pledges of a certain frat got bored with his pledges, decided to mess with them. So he told them that they were going to do something spectacular at the frat games. They were 8 weeks long. They had the Lakers and the Celtics and the Pistons, and everybody came in there, and they were frat brothers, and they'd have these fantastic basketball games. So at halftime, all the frats would put on a display. So this dean of pledges told his pledges that they were going to come up with something. One of them was cousin to a cheerleader, male cheerleader at a place called Dorsey High in LA. And he did kind of a rock thing when he put this stuff, the cheers on. So they copied that. And then that was spring break. And all of these people who had grown up in LA but were going to Fisk, going to Tennessee A&I, going down into Spelman,
Judge, come on, Judge. Give us the case law,
and they
Judge.
saw this, so they took it back. So now all over the country where you do have residual frat activity, they do stepping. But it started that way. When you talk about how language spreads, how does slang spread?
No, we understand it, Judge, because we were.
You're falling for this trap where you think that there is always
no, sir. Let me ask you a question.
Specific, designed intent for something. It's not. It just happens.
Yes, sir. I can understand that. Now I think this will help. Now you said you remember how the FBA got started, right?
Yeah, Foundational Black American.
Okay,
they started using it about 7-8 years ago, and now it got a little bit more popular.
Can you give us some history
kind
on
of downhill because it's not as popular as it was about 3 years ago.
Okay, can you give us your understanding on the origins of it and how it came? Because
somebody just started using it. It doesn't make any difference who.
That's not true.
Okay,
who did it?
No. Wait. Now we're not gonna do that. We ain't gonna do that.
Who did
Even though everybody, we don't know. It was a fad.
Okay.
It was a fad.
All right, it's a fad. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay, no, that's what Jerry. That's why we're saying we understand that part. But she just
it's
asked
not like
why.
Anybody calculated that we're going to sit there
No, we understand. Yes, sir.
We're tired of Negroes.
So we're using FBA because that's in our generation. So we can understand it from your generation.
Running down the street with a shotgun, and he just held up the liquor store.
Nah, ain't no FBA doing that. The FBA is a peaceful movement.
You got to have a description. There's an FBA with a pistol in his hand, a Glock, and he's running down the street and just shot.
Now, hold on. That don't now in 1967, 68, a black man running now that has been one of the most popular lines of phrases. Black male, big black male, two black males, look suspicious. So yeah. Now watch this, Judge. You asked us a question. You said, "What do you want to be called?" Right? You asked us that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, when you grew up, Judge, what did your family call you in the house? Not what was a fad outside before we even went outside and can understand the fads. What did your family?
My old man was a sergeant in the Army in World War II, and all of the black troops were calling each other Negro at that time because it spread through the black military, and they called each other Negro. So that spread amongst the black population, which was the Negro population, formerly the colored population, became the Afro-American, back to black, back to African-American, back to black American. Now you want
now hold on, Judge, because now we just stand in the 20th century then, because the first time,
I mean, it changes.
Now we're gonna get out the 20th century, right? Because you said, what do we want to be called? So in 1900, the census, that was the first time that they put Negro on the census. In 1900, we know that because in 2011,
what they used before.
We're gonna go there because it really replaced mulatto.
No, that ain't what they used.
Hold on, wait, Jess.
Mulatto isn't what they used.
Hold on, but when they stop using mulatto and start using Negro in place.
No, mulatto means you're mixed. You're
exactly. No, we understand that. Yes, sir, it does. But it means you have Indian blood in you.
No,
and
it doesn't.
Yes, sir.
It means you're half and half. If you're a half breed, you're a mulatto.
Right, exactly. No different than Mestizo and other places.
The next one, it went mulatto, it went quadroon, which meant you were 1/4, octroon, it meant you were 1/6, 1/8. And then after that, it's whatever you look like.
But we're talking about what made it to the census. How the U.S. census?
Well, I have copies of censuses involving my grandfather going back to 1890, and they refer to him as colored.
Okay, now that's my point right there, because you said Negro in the Spanish story, they got it from, well, we know only in the colonies they use that, because down south they use color, like you spoke
of. They use Negro down south. That's when they first started bringing in the shipments of Negroes that the pirates had stolen from the French. They advertised them
not in the southeastern. That'll be what regions? Florida.
Well, the first group
in Texas all the way up into 1808.
1619, they brought in a passel of Negroes that had been pirated by some
in the West Indies,
and they brought them into Jamestown, Virginia.
Right, they came from the West Indies. Yes, sir. They came from the West Indies.
Yeah, but no, they didn't come from the West Indies.
Sir.
No, the first shipload was some
sir.
English pirates hijacked a Spanish slave ship, and they took the slaves and they brought them to Virginia, and they said, we have Spanish Negroes for sale.
Right.
So that's where you get that. But I mean, the point is, does it really make any difference?
Yes.
It does. Because
because if it didn't make a difference, we wouldn't have so many names. Every single name we change into, it makes a huge difference. Just like going from black to African American, even the FBA. It's every time we change a name, it literally takes our identity away. We lose.
Why do you let it? Why do you let it?
You help put us in it, so you can't answer
Why do you let it?
You can't
wait a minute. What do you call white folks? What do you call white folks?
We don't call them nothing.
What do you mean? How do you identify them?
We don't.
How do you know it? You describe it. Somebody's outside on the sidewalk. How do you tell me what to go look for? How do you tell me what to look for?
When they was calling us names, we was calling them cracker.
Okay, redneck.
Wait a minute, redneck, cracker,
pale face. My Choctaw ancestors called them pale face.
Bring it out, Judge. Bring it out.
Well, we got Choctaw ancestors.
Do you think they give a damn what we call them?
Yeah,
they get all bent out of shape about what we call them.
I can't. But
why we can't be Choctaw now, Judge? Why we can't? Cause
Okay,
we are
wait a minute.
Choctaw
Well, it depends
Indians.
on how much Choctaw you have
Okay,
in
now
you.
my grandmother came out of Mississippi. She was full-blooded Choctaw.
Yeah, well,
So
that's where mine
we're
came
not
out
talking
of,
about Dawes
Mississippi.
Rolls. We're not
Choctaw
talking
I
about
went
the
to the
EJ,
Dawes
tribal
Rolls.
stop,
I
council
stop.
did
meeting
say
when I
You already
was
said,
10
right?
years old and again at 4.
Okay,
said
now,
him.
okay, now, Judge, I think you okay now, watch this, because you are the judge and you are the most smartest person that I ever met. So, and I told you that before. So, watch this here. I want you to keep it real with me, OG. So,
I'm just saying.
hold on, wait, Judge, let me ask the question. Under this black title, we are not going to get nothing from the United States. You know why, Judge? Because the United States ain't did nothing to no black person. The only thing matters here is what? The Constitution and the treaties. And the Constitution, they have to retain a government-to-government relationship with the Indians, Judge.
Right.
With the Choctaws.
Let me put it this way.
Wait, Judge. Because black, we ain't getting nowhere. That's why you can gun an unarmed black man down in public on camera. In front of the Fox News, and ain't nobody going to jail. No, Judge. All right, now let me ask the question. Let me finish the question. The question is, politically, what would get us better? Because you see the reparations. I don't know if you for or not. We don't care about that. We want reparations.
Nice,
we want reparations, Judge.
So
we don't want reparations, though, Judge. We want reparations because our land was stolen from here through these false treaties that were signed. And like you said, you can track your family 1890. We can go back to the 1400s, 1200s. With that, we have the power to do that because we're the most documented people in the world. So nobody else is more documented than us. And it's not all of us finding Indian records, all of us being told this by our family. This is so by Judge, like I say, will we get power under black here politically or even be heard out because nobody owes a black person nothing?
The name you choose is irrelevant to what power you have. Your
okay, so do Choctaw people treated the same as black, Judge?
Hold on. The power you have is a manifestation of what consequence you can vest on somebody for not doing what you demand of them.
But we're talking about, but as a collective.
You're missing a point. Mao Zedong, we all used to have the red book. It was called The Quotations of Chairman Mao. It was red plastic, and everybody had one. They were small, thick. You put them in your back pocket. White kids did, black kids, brown, red, yellow. Didn't make any difference. And Mao Zedong was a brilliant guy, and he said, quote, "Power grows out of the barrel of a gun." If you have power, it's about how much ass you can kick. You can have it collectively or individually. If you want to be a peaceful person, you have to be capable of violence. The more violence you're capable of, the more peaceful you can be, because the more violent you can be, the fewer people will mess with you.
Well,
that
black
is a reality. Might makes right. It's always been the case. Whether the cavemen decided that they were going to club somebody across the head, whether somebody was proficient with the longbow, a sword, or a spear and a shield, whoever had the power wound up running stuff. That is the reality.
That is the United States before that.
No, there was never
a time. United States before 1776.
No, we're not talking about the United States. We're talking about
globally. Yes, sir.
Anybody have a hamburger here in the last week?
Nah.
Chicken, fried chicken, baked chicken, fish.
Yeah, fish. Has fish.
Okay, you killed something. Something died so you could eat it.
No, I understand that. Listen, as a man,
I'm making a point here.
What does that have to do with identity?
Something. And you know what this is? Let's get fundamental. We kill better than any animal that's ever been on this planet. we kill more viciously, more efficiently, and like every other predatory animal, we occasionally kill each other. Tigers kill each other, lions kill each
Right,
other.
right. That's
Yeah,
it's a
sharks
part of
kill
it's
each
a part
other
of
and all
life.
of that. So we kill real well. So the point of the exercise is you've got a carnivorous beast or an omnivorous one that eats meat,
Wow.
and we kill, feed ourselves for the most part. So it's inherent in our nature, and we're real good at it.
Do what
So
we
what happens is
yeah.
in the process of dominating, whether it is we have been fucking real good, so we've got a lot of babies that need to be fed, and we run out of food in this valley, so we need to go over to the next one, but we find there's another tribal group competing for that valley. We cut their throats, they cut ours.
Yeah, that's
And
I
maybe
mean,
one chief's daughter marries one chief's son, and then now
right,
we're all kinfolk and we
right.
can go out. So it's a matter of power.
Exactly. I
Nothing
understand
we
that
can do about.
totally. I
Now,
mean, I'm
if
talking
you
about
lack
politically,
power
Judge.
or you can't concentrate what resources you have, then you are sort of shit out of luck.
Now you know what I hear when you saying that though, Judge. It sounds
What?
like you're telling us, okay, because I'm just going by your questioning. You say, what do you want to be called? Okay, whatever answer that is, realistically, will be called our family names, whatever our family
Okay, you
names.
are, but
Hold
what
on,
group do you
wait,
belong to?
Judge. No, this is what I'm saying. So what it sounds like to me is you saying whatever choice that we choose, we should stand up and rise up against this system.
I didn't say
physically.
you had to rise up against the
I know,
system.
Judge. I mean, that's how we just
But
spoke
that's
about
not
the
what
Civil
I
War.
said.
But
That's not
that's
what
what
I
I
said.
said that.
That's
I
not
know.
what
I'm
I
saying that's how
said.
you did say
That's
that. I
not
said
what
this
I
this
said.
what it
That's
sounded
not
like
what
to
I
me.
no, that's but you're missing the point. The point is to be able to have power, you must actually have it. You don't have to
And
show
power
it.
is
No, hold on.
yes, sir.
You don't have to show it, but you have to have it. In other words, one of the problems with us to being powerless is we get distracted and we waste our power. You see, for
I
example,
agree.
okay, well, hold on. Right now, for example, a lot of, let's say, our people are very much into the Democratic Party. No matter what the Democratic Party does
They're
not
gonna vote
do
for
for
them.
us, we're
Right,
still going to vote for them. The
right.
Republicans, we don't like Republicans. No matter what the Republican Party offers to do for us, we won't vote for them. But the reality is neither party has an incentive to do a damn thing for you.
For us, exactly.
So,
We got
but
to
you
do
see,
something for ourselves.
but hold on, I'm
Yes,
making a
sir.
point here.
Yes,
The
sir.
reason we're that way is because we've been conditioned to think like that.
Exactly. And
Now,
black is one of the vehicles. Yes, sir.
hold on.
I'm going on mute.
Hold on. See, what you're showing me right now is what I studied in 1967 with my professor, who, you know what the KGB is, don't you?
Yes, sir. You told me
Okay.
about it.
This woman was in charge of propaganda for the Soviet KGB at one time. In other words, the CIA's main opponent was the KGB. We were at the height of the Cold War, where people had their fingers over the red nuclear button. There were ICBMs, Strategic Air Command. The NOM was just getting wound up. This was the height of the Cold War, and this woman had been in charge of Soviet propaganda against the United States. So I'm learning from her what methods the Russians and then the Soviets found very effective in propagandizing a target. And what she told me, and I also took other classes that she directed that I take before she went back to the Soviet Union, is what I'm telling you now and how it works. Now, if you want to find out who the woman is, she is in a movie called Enemy at the Gates. She is not the female sniper. When the movie starts off, there is a female commissar who's on a barge with some Soviet troops crossing the Volga to go to Stalingrad. German planes are strafing the barges and they're panicking, the troops. She's the woman going around shooting the troops in the back of the head with the pistol. That was my professor, the actual woman. She was assistant deputy chief commissar at the Stalingrad siege, and she got the Soviet Union's highest award, Hero of the Soviet Union. So this is this badass woman that used to shoot people in the back of the head, and when she'd get high off that vodka, she'd tell you about it. Now, if you want to see how badass she was, watch the movie where they do a dramatization.
I'm gonna watch it
about
tonight.
her.
I'm gonna
So
watch it tonight.
understand, she had only 3 people she answered to in all of the Soviet Union. Our number one enemy, Comrade Stalin, who ran the place,
Right.
Comrade Beria, who was head of the secret police, and Nikita Khrushchev, who was chief commissar for the Soviet Union. Those were the only 3 people she had to answer to in the whole Soviet system, and they put her in charge of propaganda. So she's giving me instructions on what the Russians were using to get a leg up on the United States and psych out America. So I'm getting
So,
it.
Judge, are you telling me that you use that same method or blueprint, or was that same blueprint applied
Not
to
to
us?
implement black, but I'm trying to tell you what's going on right now, and what you're telling me is exactly what she showed me.
But isn't that a psyop? Yeah, it's a psyop. Okay, let's say
yeah,
now we
all of the
understand.
above, but that's what she was in charge of. I guess
Exactly.
you would say in 1959, 60, 61, she was in charge of psyops for the Russians.
Now, what if, okay, so what if we was Choctaw Cherokee Indians back then? Because we know that after the Reorganization Act of 1934, that, and even the Termination Act, they had to sign a New Deal. They created the New Deal in 24 when they gave citizenship to the Native Americans, which they wouldn't call Native Americans until y'all time. No, hold on.
If you weren't on a reservation, you're
outside of, exactly. So they did the Termination Act, and everybody had to come back under a charter. That's why they have elected chiefs, because the tribes are really just charters. Under the New Deal, they became charters. That's why they had electoral systems. They elect their chiefs now instead of traditionally it's the heir to the bloodline. And how do I know that? Because my family were the chiefs of the Corsati in the late 1800s. This right here, this is my great grandma on the first reservation in Texas.
Okay, but now look.
My family signed the treaty 1855.
Okay, all of the above. But the bottom line is you still haven't answered the question, what do you want to be called?
And I'm going to ask you this here. What were we called before you and your buddies made it a fad for us to be called black?
Okay,
in
the history of the United States, it started off Negroes. That's what the Spanish captured or brought.
Okay, now I take that back. I take that back, OG.
Okay, then it became colored. Then it became Negro,
hold on. I don't want to be called. We gotta rewind.
Negative slang that was used. Okay,
let me do this here, Judge.
What do you want to be called now?
Okay, I got you.
Black Americans.
Yes, sir. Okay, I get this answer to that question. In law, all right, I want your help on this. In law, what would give us the best chance standing in law?
No,
because hold on, Judge. Because we were already, like I said, I know my family signed the first treaty.
Yeah, but what difference does it make?
Hold on, I'm about to tell you. We're not.
It makes a huge difference. That's why y'all changed the name. It makes a difference.
We're not that today. We're black today, which blacks don't get nothing. We know that our lands were taken. So it sounds like we need to go take them back. Right? So we need to band together and take them back, because we even have Africans, because they put the African on us. And Judge, you told me in the 70s.
That make?
Hold on, I'm finna tell you, Judge, because like I said, I was born into it. When I was born, it was already going on.
What were you born into?
This black identity, this black culture, the crime and all of these type of things, and the politically where you've been pushed to the bottom. I went to the only all black school district in in Texas. So in Houston, Texas, we only had one. We had to share books. 5-6 people sharing one book. Hold on, Judge. Now watch this here. Because you said in the 70s, and I want you to help me out on this.
This was in the.
No, it's something else you told me. So in the 70s, you said the Pan-Africans approached you guys, right? Y'all had a conversation about merging.
The 70s. It was a lot earlier than that.
Okay, well, the connection with Black and the Pan-African, because they started off separate. And then you said in the 70s, a lot of Asians came. Well,
that wasn't what we looked at it as. We had a very simple term. It was called Third World Unity.
Coalition. Yes, sir.
Called Third World Unity.
Okay, Third World Unity.
Yeah.
Now, with this Third World Unity, we lost in that because now today, those people that y'all allied with, I want you to tell the people who was a part of the Third World Unity. And I think this would better help the
okay, it was Asians, it was Native Americans, it was Hispanics.
And so out of this, like you said, everybody out of that turned into colors because the Chicano movement, the walkout in East LA, 1969 Alcatraz with the AIM movement. You also had the student movement. No, because after that, everybody became colors.
Seriously, what does that have to do with anything?
What does it have? Everybody came with colors. We know that the Chicanos or the Mexicans aren't the brown people because
they've been doing that. They've been doing that for centuries.
Yes, but Howard Taft, 27th president of the United States,
where that started.
He created brown pride with the Filipinos after the U.S. War 1898-1902. When they came over here, they did a $50 million program to do what? They said they were going to basically bring them into the culture here. We know about the staged the stage fairs that was taking place where they had them in villages that they took pictures on. I've been down to Big Cypress and the Seminole Reservation down there. Those pictures are stock pictures from the fairs that they had, the state fairs that they had. And they would be in these villages. Judge, you know about this here.
Okay,
those people are not the real Choctaw, Judge.
Hold on. It goes back. Why are you limited into that? Have you ever heard of Shakespeare's play Othello?
Yes, sir.
Othello?
Yes, and
it said, what was Othello?
Othello was an orphan.
No, he wasn't. He was the Moor of Venice. He was
okay, my bad. Okay, I had the wrong one.
Mercenary general who was a Moor. Lawrence Fishburne gave one of the best performances that's ever been done of Othello, but it was written in the 16th century in England, and it's talking about an Italian mercenary group that had a Moorish general, a condattatore, and they talk about blackamoors. That goes back 1,000 years.
Yeah, but that ain't got nothing to do with us.
Yes, it does.
Not all of us.
It's the same. Look, if you read ancient Rome, they had a general description, which is white people, brown people, yellow people, red people. You know, that wasn't so much because
Judge, Blackamoor not in art. Blackamoor was art, Judge. That was a genre of art. That wasn't.
I'm just saying, the thing is, it makes no difference. Why are we wasting time?
Let me say why.
How long have we talked about this tonight, and you still can't tell me what you want to be called?
Can I say
I'm gonna be called when my mama named me, Judge. We gonna be called.
We're talking about a group, a team.
No, we not a group. We don't share the same experience.
Okay, this is
not a group.
Joe Brown gaslight us, and I don't like it.
I'm not gaslighting you. What do you call somebody if you're trying to describe somebody? Go ahead.
I respect you, Judge. I think I watched you on. I know I watched you on TV growing up.
Now
I respect you, but wait. I think I know you being intellectually dishonest on the panel.
I'm not being dishonest.
Wait, Judge.
I'm making a point.
Wait. Because we've asked you too many direct questions, Judge, and you'll give us all these runarounds.
Well, I'm trying to tell you.
But wait. Hold on, though. And
Go ahead.
We're asking you about these name changes, and we telling you what it's done to us and why we fighting for it right now with delineation, with all of this stuff, with these immigrants and all that stuff. You're going to answer us back with stupid stuff like, oh, well, what do y'all want to be called? You're not answering none of our questions.
Well, I just answered your question.
You just going around in circles, making examples out of stuff that don't mean nothing to nothing. We in a battle right now at the grassroots level trying to fight for our, no, we not trying. We fighting for our identity.
Okay.
And we fighting off, wait. And we fighting off a whole bunch of people, and it ain't just white people. It's all kind of black people, and part of that, a lot of that is largely because of you and whoever you came up with that sat down and decided y'all wanted to make us black. Now you claim it was a fad, but I don't think I've never seen a fad make it to political.
Where's more the third world
but I'm
unity?
sorry. Hold on.
We've been on here 2.5 hours.
Hold on, because you don't.
2.5 hours and we ain't got an answer to nothing.
You wasting time.
No, I'm starting to
There is no
Judge.
Answer.
That's the point. But this is the thing, though. You got
the point is there is no answer. You want an answer. Look. Let me break it down.
There is an answer. You don't.
No, wait a minute. No, time out.
Time out.
I
ain't gonna lie. I'm starting to play it a little bit.
Time out. If I'm backing off and forget what I look like when I look in the mirror or what my parents and relatives look like, okay, what is going on psychologically is there's a group of people seeking validation. They are at this point marginal about being able to self-validate. They want an identification and they seek one. They have become confused and think an identification makes them valid. And that's circular.
Politically it does.
It's circular.
What are you talking about?
Politically it does.
Hold on. Stop a second. You don't know what I'm talking about because you've been trapped in this paradigm.
That's why
that a lot of effort has been made to trap you. Okay, stop.
Yes, sir. Just
what is the science? I'm trying to give you the answer.
Give us the right answer. Okay, there you go.
Listen to me. I'm trying to give you the answer that the science of propaganda dictates. What has happened is you are exhibiting being successful targets for a concerted propaganda campaign. It disturbs me as one of your elders that campaign has been so successful. We've wasted 2 hours debating something that is answered by the total irrelevancy of me asking you what you want to be called. You're saying that because of what somebody calls you, all kinds of negative things have happened to you. If I'm trying to be Ali and psych out my opponent, if I'm trying to be an enemy on a national level and psych out my national opponent, if I am a racist and I want to psych out my target, I get them to do just exactly what I'm seeing right now, which is focus on the supposed importance of a name.
Nah, Judge, y'all playing with
you asked that question.
No.
You asked that question about the name.
Judge is trying to downplay what we on here talking about. We in
the field. Because you're trapped.
No, we in the field fighting. And Judge
no, you're not in the field fighting.
Judge on here playing. And
you're not fighting. You're not fighting.
No, wait.
How many people do you know died in this cause?
Can I say something, Judge, please? Can I just say something?
I'm about to go.
No. I'm trying. You have what it takes. You have what it takes.
I feel dumb. I feel like I'm crazy or something.
Sister, you have what it takes to do what is necessary. The problem is that your enemies have got you wasting all of that energy that could be applied to the problem on something that is a distraction.
That's not a distraction, Judge. Because at the end of the day, I finally get in front of somebody who made a decision that negatively impacted my people for 10 years.
The point
wait. No, because you're trying to make it seem like we arguing over semantics. That's why I wanted to stop.
You are arguing over semantics.
It's not about what we want to be called. It's about the fact that it was something very important to continue to change our names over and over and over again. And you just happen to be in the part of the name change that got us from Negro to Black.
I don't care what you call it.
No, because you're giving us talking points to shut us up, and I'm not letting off on my point.
I want you.
I'm not letting off. I'm never going to let off.
I want you to stop getting distracted.
I'm not getting distracted. I'm talking about the points. I'm talking about what matters today. Because you acting like it's just about
it matters today.
It
matters today. It matters today.
We in a spiritual warfare right
now. No, it ain't fuck spiritual.
Oh,
that doesn't mean shit.
I'm out.
That does not mean shit.
I
Let
have
me
a
tell you
question,
what
Judge.
counts.
Yeah, I'm
Let
out.
me tell you what counts.
I'm out.
Let me tell
Yeah.
you what counts.
I done spent 2.5
Let me tell
hours
you
up here
what
for nothing.
counts.
I ain't get an
No,
answer to
let
one
me
of
tell
my
you what
questions. Not
counts.
one.
I'm being
Not
harsh.
one.
I'm
And
not
Judge ain't that
trying to
old.
be
He's smart. He know
nice.
exactly what
I'm
he's
not
doing. And
trying to be
everybody in this
nice.
chat can
Let
see it.
her
I'm
Come
not
on,
talk.
man.
trying to be nice.
What you're doing is
What you have fallen into,
gaslighting.
and let me give you the second big trap you've
But you're
fallen
not
into.
answering the question, Judge.
The
You're not
question
answering
does
the
not have an
question.
answer because it is not
You
a
can't give
valid
her the
question.
answer. She's been waiting for you to, so
There
ask her.
is no answer. You
You're
won't
right.
get
Yes,
one.
it is.
You're right.
You
I
won't get
appreciate
one
y'all. It's
because
midnight.
there
I gotta get
is
off.
no answer.
I
That
gotta get
is
off.
the
It is.
answer. In
You're
other
right.
words, you are being trapped by seeking the answer to a question that is essentially irrelevant. What you were called
Who
has
do?
nothing to do
Who
with
do?
your
Who do?
ultimate essence
During
unless
the
you
time,
choose to
Voodoo,
make it
that
have
our
something.
names were being changed, it was
What?
the weakest moments for us. And we
I
couldn't
know.
fight back.
I know.
Okay. So they just put the names on us, and we had no other choice at the
Obviously.
times but
Yep.
to accept it.
Yep.
Okay. That's what happened.
It was people like the
Okay.
judge behind the
Because
scenes making the decisions.
Okay, I wasn't a
I don't know
judge
why
then.
he's
I
saying
was in
that.
my
Oh, I'm
I
20s.
don't
sorry,
know why
Mr.
he's
Joe
saying
Brown.
that.
It was
I
Mr. Joe
don't.
Brown behind the
I
scenes making the
was a
decisions.
20-year-old something student. Now, here's what I'm trying to point out to you. I pull out my SIG 226 or
Wait a
my
minute.
1911 and I draw down and I've got a good sight picture and I squeeze the trigger on my target. Does it make any difference at that point what I call the target or what I call myself?
No, sir. And with that being
That's
said,
the
I'm gonna hop
point.
off of here.
That's
I'm
the
gonna hop off of
point.
here.
It's
I
can you
appreciate
squeeze
y'all.
that trigger and line up the sights
You
and
know
get
why
your
it's so
All right,
target
good
and
night,
important?
make
Boo
The
Boo.
sure
name is
I have
what
to
you're
very
say bye,
looking at
important.
y'all.
is what you hit.
Because by calling us African American takes us out of ownership of this land. Because it appears
You
that we came
don't own
from
this shit.
Africa.
Nobody in
And
America
can
owns
you
land.
allow
Wait a minute,
somebody
wait a
that
minute, wait,
I live here
time
in Los
out,
Angeles too?
time out. You're
So
dead
please do not
wrong.
act like I'm
The
some young
system
girl
doesn't
that
work that way
lived
for white
through the
folk.
black, the color,
Wait a
the
minute.
Negro, and
Let
all
me
of
give
that.
you a
I lived
secret.
through it.
Let me give you a
So
secret.
what
Let me
I
give you a secret. Nobody
girl,
in the United States of America can own
it is
land.
very important what we are called.
No, listen, listen,
Very important.
listen.
By
You
us
fell
being
into
called Indian,
you.
at least it
You
makes us
listen.
have ownership for
No,
this
they
land.
don't have.
It
The
is a
Indians didn't have
misnomer
ownership of
for the
land.
indigenous people of this land, the
Listen to me.
copper color people of this
Listen to
land.
me.
If
Listen to
Miss
me.
We did.
Indies
We
from
own.
another
Listen.
place comes over
I'm
on
going
this
to tell
land, and
you.
people that were dark skinned will
Well, okay,
call
look,
more
look,
over
look.
there.
Time out.
When they
Time
come over
out.
here and see us,
Time out.
they're
You
gonna
fell
think we're
into the
Moors
same
too. We
trap
are not
white folk
Moors.
called into. Nobody can
If they come
listen.
from somewhere
Listen.
that they call Africans
Look,
African,
look.
they come over here, see
Look,
our skin
no, it
brown, they're
doesn't
gonna
make a
think we
damn bit of
African too.
difference. That doesn't make any difference.
It is
And you
very important what
already
we are
are in
called.
you already have
Very
a
important.
mistake here. Under
Because
American
it
law,
labels us to a
English law,
certain
hold on.
status.
Hold on. Under English and American
I
law,
don't know.
nobody, not even white folk,
We we
own
we couldn't
land.
change it.
Nobody
We couldn't
owns
change it.
land. Time
We
out. Listen
perfected
to
it.
me. Listen to me. I'm going to show you
That's
where you're
all.
wrong. Nobody
And
owns
it's
land.
like Top Cat said, we
No,
have
you
to
don't
fight to
own
get it
land.
back.
Nobody owns
We
land,
have
and
no other
nobody
choice.
can own land in the United States of America.
That's the
You can
facts.
own property rights,
Our birthright
which
is
is
right here on
no,
this
listen to
land.
me.
This
Stop
is
talking
our
a
land.
second. Stop. That doesn't
The
change the
enemy
reality.
came over here.
That may make you feel better, but that doesn't change the hard reality. Now, the hard
If you
reality
saying
is
something, Judge, I
the
can't hear you.
hard reality is in the United States of America, you have a property right, which is simply, under the circumstances, you have the exclusive right to the
Mhm.
usage of something vis-a-vis
Dice,
anybody
can you
else.
hear me?
When I hear you, when your exclusive right to the thing ceases to be functional, they exercise eminent domain,
I
compensate
don't
you
hear
for your
nothing.
loss of use of the thing, and they take the land to put it to another use. Now, you are talking about your ownership of land. Nobody can own land in the United States, but you think that can. And that shows another flaw and another example of what's going wrong. You have to understand what's really going on.
We did
spent
on
2
land in
hours
America,
and
though.
40-some minutes on deciding what we want to be called. And
No,
essentially, it makes
Judge.
no difference
Judge,
except it makes you feel better.
No, Judge, we not asking the question, who are we? Because we are a genealogy group. We do our genealogy. We have family trees.
Good.
And like I said, and I say this here as well. We understand that in 1866 there was a treaty signed. In that treaty, it said that no man or law can ever come back and change this. 1866 treaty, which was followed up March 22nd, 1870. Another treaty was wrote. Now, hold on. This is after the Civil War. It does, Judge. And hold on, let me get my point out. Now, we were given land in Indian Territory. That land, mineral rights, everything, until they found the oil. So it was a time even before then, because the USDA, even the black farmers, they just denied the black farmers 2 days ago. I'm pretty sure you've seen that as well. What about when Obama gave out $50,000 to farmers down in Georgia who can prove that they family formed at a certain time? The USDA and the United States government, we know that they usurped the land from us. And this was before the Civil War. So we were on the land. We weren't no slaves. It's not 1870 when we can start owning land here. We've been the landowners. You
can't own land. You can hold it with the property rights. And
that's under the United States jurisdiction.
Nobody in America can own land.
Okay, so Judge, why did the United States, Judge, so why did the United States expand? Before the how did it, earlier you mentioned Bass Reeves, he worked well in Indian Territory. That was outside the jurisdiction. Yes, sir. That was outside the jurisdiction of the U.S., correct?
No, it wasn't.
The U.S. wasn't expanded into Indian territory at that time.
Yeah, the point is the U.S. Army had just gotten out of the Civil War, and there was nobody on the planet that could mess with what we had. The
Confederate could until Abraham Lincoln signed the United States Colored Troops.
This is in 1870, so the U.S. Army still
even after
cavalry.
Even after, because we know that the good old boys came down, the Yankee boys came down south, 1869.
Okay. All right, let me ask this question. This is where we're going here. I have seen one of the biggest impediments to actually getting somewhere is to get distracted by irrelevancies. I know it is important to you, but that's the problem, that you have to prioritize what is really important to you. One of the best and most effective ways to control somebody is to get them focusing on small things that have no real material bearing on the outcomes.
But
you think, and you're earnest in believing that what you're called has an outcome on what happens to you. It does not. What do you call yourself? The point is that first off,
but y'all changed y'all name to black because y'all didn't want. Y'all said y'all wasn't Spanish.
Most people, including the
tribes, Judge, you participated in the name change. So how can you tell us it's irrelevant?
Listen.
You actually did it as well, Judge. Yes, sir.
Listen to me. The tribes we're talking about, whatever they may be, Cherokee, Choctaw, whatever somebody is, generally what their name for themselves is about translates out into the people in their
nation, correct.
Now, when you get outside of the people, what happens when you want to identify your people to others who may come into contact with you?
Well, that was the whole reason of the 14th Amendment of them bringing.
Forget the 14th Amendment.
I'm not, Judge, because today. Hold on, Judge. We just started the conversation out today speaking about birthright.
Yeah, I know.
In that conversation of birthright, when they were speaking about, they used the wrong terminology. They used Native American because at that time, after the 1865, 1863 proclamation,
it doesn't make any difference.
There was nobody named Native American, so the language is already incorrect.
It doesn't make any difference. So
I'm going to tell you the difference it makes, Judge. They were speaking about us. They were not talking about those people on the reservation. It means that even you as a judge, you won't even tell us. You told us to stand up
There
and
is
fight.
no
I'm
answer.
okay with
That
that.
is the
It is
question.
an
What do you
answer.
choose to call
So
yourself?
basically,
That's
what you
okay.
said, Judge, is that we should just
Okay.
accept.
Whatever you want to
No,
call yourself
no,
that. It doesn't
it's
make a
not. No,
difference.
listen, Judge, we don't have an identity crisis. Like I said, we'd rather
Well,
be
then
called
why are
by
you
our
asking
surname.
me what you should be called?
But no, that's the conversation that just came up. I'm not asking you
Well,
that.
I'm
You
just
asked
saying
me.
there are some questions that we could resolve if we looked
I
into
have a
them. We got
question.
it, fellas. When you go ahead.
Okay, so I have a question, Judge. I have a question because to everyone's point, words do matter. I think we know that, right? We can't say that words do matter. And one thing I want to say is that I am enjoying this conversation. And for those of you who in the chat, make sure y'all hitting the like button and share. And I always appreciate when you come on, Judge, because you represent a generation that ushered in like a lot of change, right? And you also are like a primary source to things, right? You're like living, walking, talking history because you was there.
Right.
So when we talk about these things like, like who was it? Like, how did this happen? It although it may come across to you as fluff or not important or misnomers or call yourself what you want, you have even said that there's been a lot of implications as a result of that. In fact, we even talked about on the phone a few days ago. Remember, we were talking about like how even Congress has been co-opted by foreigners, right?
Yeah.
We talked about earlier our movie roles being co-opted by foreigners, right? So these things have some really layered implications. It's really, really important. You know what I mean? And it's not so much to be just dismissive over, like, call yourself anything that you want. Okay. So with that said, just moving the conversation to the politics part, which you definitely are an expert in, and we're bringing it to you. And let me just also say, I do appreciate that in you as well, especially with the older generation, because we're going to bring it to you, right? You were there. A lot of people can't say that. And to what Voodoo was talking about, Freedom was talking about, Top was talking about in terms of the we thing, right? Like, who was the we? And it wasn't the we. It was a small elite group of college-educated brothers like yourself who went to Ivy League schools. That's power immediately. Once you graduate from an Ivy League university, you are filtered out, right? It's a very small, closed bottleneck.
Okay, may I make a little response
to it? That's not my point. I just wanted to like just sort of. I was listening to a lot, so I just wanted to like add that in. Okay. But bringing that to where we are now, again, how has Congress, in your opinion, been co-opted, right, by foreigners? It's only about 11%.
I wouldn't say it's
That's
so
a good question.
I wouldn't say it's so much foreigners. What you have is you've been betrayed by the people you expect to represent your interest.
Yes, talk about it. That's what I want to hear.
Black Caucus. The Black Caucus does not represent what's nominally Black people. All right? Or colored, or Negro, or foundational Black Americans. They look like us, but their primary interest is they represent the rainbow cult. If you look at the pictures of the Black Caucus, the membership, you will find there are quite a number of white representatives that are members of the Black Caucus. The chairman of the Black Caucus's Reparations Committee is a gay white Jew from Memphis named Steve Cohen,
bring it out.
To the
That's
9th
what we're talking
District in
about.
Tennessee, and he's in charge of the Reparations Committee. If you look at the photographs of the members of the Black Caucus and then look at the photographs of the Liberty Caucus, which is the LGBTQIA gay caucus, you will find that all but about 5 members of the Black Caucus are also members of the gay caucus. Now, what really happens, see, is to escape the consequences of being colored, Negro, Black, foundational American, whatever you choose to call yourself or however you perceive yourself, is to join a new ethnic group. If you join the gay cult ethnic group, which is somewhat of a religion, or let's say a theology that's non-theist, it's like Buddhism, it doesn't have a God with it, it's a system of thought and behavior. then you can become somebody that starts from square one without all of the onus of being caught up in whether you're colored, Negro, black, Afro-American, black, or whatever, or foundational American, whatever you choose to call yourself. Now, that's what's going on right now. You do not have representation in the House of Representatives or in the United States Senate because the people that are elected that look like they ought to be representing our interest have somebody else's interest at heart. In other words, it's like you hear about the Christians being sacrificed in the Colosseum in Rome. So you get the Christians taking over Rome eventually when Constantine declares it to be the official religion of Rome. Are they representing Rome or are they representing Christianity? What winds up happening is you have people who look like you, who are in place to take care of your business for you, but they don't take care of your business. They take care of somebody else's business. That's our problem. We have no legislative clout because the people we insist on returning to office over and over and over again are hustling us. We're getting, what's one of the slang words? We're getting bamboozled. Now, I'll give you this one. Is there anything obscene about ship high in transit? Anything strike you as shit that's obscene about that?
About what?
Ship,
I didn't hear your question.
ship high in transit.
Ship high in transit. Is there anything obscene about that?
Yes.
No.
I'm not
How
sure.
about shit?
About what?
Shit.
Oh, shit in transit?
No. Shit is the initials for ship high in transit, SHIT.
Uh-huh.
And what is it? When they made gunpowder out of bat and bird guano, they'd ship it on old time sailing ships. And when it got wet, it would release a gas. And they didn't have electric lamps, they had candles and lanterns. And when the ship was in a storm, what would happen is the cargo of bat guano, bird stuff would get wet. And they'd go down to check on the cargo, and the ship would blow up. So they stenciled on the outside of these crates of bird and bat guano, ship high in transit. So considering that it was bird and bat excrement, people took ship high in transit, SHIT, as a stand-in for bird and bat excrement. That's how something that is a slang word becomes an accepted word in the lexicon. Ship high in transit is shit. Man, don't give me no shit. Or that's some bullshit. And you're talking about the substance that got
But that's,
shipped high
can
in
I ask you a
transit. You see
question
how
though?
that works?
Because my phone rate cut off. So can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
So if that was the case, we called them all kinds of names, and I said it before. I don't know if my phone was allowing me to be heard, but we called them crackers and all kinds of names. Why
Yeah.
did none of their names become on legal paper? Like, you got the applications. When you do application, it has African
Yeah, why they
American
ain't got crack
black.
on there, right?
So why their names, we calling them redneck and all kinds of names that we were calling them?
Honkies.
Why didn't they?
Right, why they ain't on the census?
Why their names ain't on
They
the papers
are
like that?
American legal
No,
forms. They're
because
on
you
American.
know why? Because I'm asking you the question because I don't want you to gaslight me
I'm
with
not
something
gaslighting you.
crazy.
If
What
you
I'm
get
trying
offended,
to say is, at a time we weren't strong enough to keep to do it. They just put it on us. We had no
okay.
other
If
Well,
you
choice.
want to be called
But I
something
think he
else,
agreed with that,
if you
Freedom.
want to
yeah, he
call,
just talked
But
about the
if
black
you
people
want
that
to
didn't have
be
our best
called
interest.
something else
this
to
is the
get on a
reason
federal
why I'm saying
form,
that, Doc, is
look.
because I lived at that time.
Okay,
No, I get
So
that, but
let
we
me give you
and
a
the reason
task.
wait a minute.
I'm
Wait,
trying to make a point here.
yeah.
I am
If you
too. I am
decide, look,
too.
if you decide that you want to be called something specific
Mm.
that can be digested by many people and simply put down in a
They didn't know
description.
what to call us. That is
Look,
what I'm
Okay, I
trying
have
to
a
stop it
say.
a second.
They
Stop
were
it
the
a second.
new
Just
people on
listen
this
to me.
side of the
Listen to me.
world.
I'm trying to help you here. You want an
How?
answer? I'm going to give you more than an answer. I'll give you the opportunity to determine what we call ourselves, that will be what we call ourselves within 2
You
years. What do you want to
I
call
can't
yourself?
hear now because
In other words, I'm asking you to show you something, but it'll take 2 years. You give me something you want to be called that's catchy, quick, and descriptive, and I can show you how, once you make the determination right here and now in 2 years, it will be out there and it will be used. What do
All
you
right,
call?
American Indian.
Can
American Indian. That's
That's
what we want to
already
be.
in use.
okay.
That's
No,
been
it's
played.
not. It's not in use.
Yes, it is.
It's
I
not.
can finish my question, y'all,
Go
about
I
ahead. Go
apologize.
ahead.
And then
no,
ISIS, you can
Go
get in
ahead.
next.
Pretty lady, you have the question. You have the question.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
I just wanted to follow up real quick about that. Going back to the Black Caucus, right? Because you started dropping names, and I was really interested in that. I think that's really important. But so, with the role of the Black Caucus, right? I want to know, they're supposed to represent, they're supposed to be like the quote unquote Black conscience of Congress, right? Like they're supposed to represent like like the marginalized communities and represent our voice. What is your opinion on their effectiveness?
I
And
just
in
told you,
terms
they're
of like
not
a member like
representing us at all.
Clark is the chair, I
They're
think they
not
have.
representing us at all. That is not their job.
Okay.
They are camouflaged, cloaked in what we take, let's say, foundational Black Americanism. What they're representing is the rainbow cult. That's what their job is. That's what they're representing. And it's an example of what I've been talking about. You'll give them a name, but they don't care what they call because they have the task, which is to represent the rainbow cult. Now, the point of the exercise is most of them have gone through, what did I call it? The 7B routine?
Hold on. Give them the 7 Bs. Educate them.
Okay, the 7Bs, they
Here we go,
unbelt.
y'all. Here we go.
7Bs, they
Oh my God.
unbelt, drop breeches, drop boxers, bend over,
Oh my
spread
God. Stop.
butt cheeks, and get boy banged. That's 7Bs. They get initiated. That's their
You wrong with that.
catechism. Now they belong to something else, and they don't have to worry about what they get called because they are accepted as part of this new cult. Now, that's what's going on with the so-called Black Caucus. Now, if you want to get into the definition and change this, if you fill out a federal form for a loan application at a bank, which is a federally insured institution, so it's federal, you go buy a gun or you go make an application for something, it'll say Hispanic, non-Hispanic. If you indicate Hispanic, then you skip the next line of questions and go to box number 17. Now, if you say non-Hispanic, then you have the choices of white or Caucasian, Black or African American. You have the thing of Pacific Rim. You have the thing of American sometimes, or Native American, or Eskimo, or whatever the case may be. Now, what do you want in that box to be filled out when somebody's referring to you? That's the
American
question.
Indian. American Indian, what our
American
treaties were.
Indian's already been taken, and it
Well,
doesn't
under
apply
our
to us unless you have a certain
certain way.
ethnic identification. Now, if you want to claim American Indian, the legal definition under American law is if you're 1/8, then you're qualified as being that kind of American Indian.
Yeah, but that law, that the Dawes Rolls, the Dawes Rolls, that was a crime against humanity.
What?
And then they came back in 1889 with the Curtis Act and
That
swept it
doesn't
up.
make any difference. Nobody
Hold on, Judge.
thinks
Let me
about that
hold on,
anymore.
Judge. Hold on, Judge, and then I'm gonna let Sister Isis get in. The reason why I say this is because after 1866, after the Civil War, the USCTs left the Confederate and fought on side of the Union because they were attacked in Oklahoma by the mixed races, by the mixed race chiefs. We can go to the McIntoshes if you're talking about the Creeks, so on and so forth with the tribes. They went up to Kansas, joined the regiment, 1st, 2nd Regiment, United States Colored Troops. They ended the war by capturing the last Confederate general to surrender, who was a mixed race Cherokee named Stan Wadey. Stan Wadey family, he was a part of the treaty signers that happened with the Treaty of Troy that sent them from Georgia over to Oklahoma Indian Territory in the first place. Now, after the Civil War, the U.S. awarded them because in the Treaty of Hopewell in 1783, 86, and 88, they went under the jurisdiction of the U.S. Who is they? The Choctaw. Because the Choctaw was one of the first Indian tribes in the South to become citizens of the U.S. But the Cherokee and also the Creeks, they were under jurisdiction. And during the Civil War, Albert Pike was the lawyer. He represented them and got them money for land that was owed to them under treaties from chiefs who didn't even have the bloodline to put there. They were put there through influence and monetary gain. I mean, influence and money through philanthropist money, let's say. Anyway, what I'm saying is, when they came back into the U.S., they had to come back into the U.S. jurisdiction after the Civil War. The USCT Colored Troops were American Indian. The post, the Indian recruiting post, was outside of Indian villages. Okay.
Hold on,
Judge. My point to that was, when they did the 1866 treaty, it was as a nation, as a people, like you spoke of earlier. But when they did the Dawes Road, they individually allotted people and said who could be Indian. After that, now you have you versus the state or whoever. Instead of a nation, instead of being represented by a nation, they made them be represented individually. And through the Curtis Act, they came and sucked up all the land that wasn't taken through the Dawes Act. That brings us into the 20th century, where things started to change. They even reconstructed their constitutions to kick us out of the tribes. We were already in the tribe. A note from I don't want to go on, but that's my point to say we're not looking for identity. We're not FBA. Shout out to the FBA, but we're not FBA. Now we are.
So you're claiming Amerins are American?
No. Because like I said, my family, when I grew up, on my mom's side in the country, we're 1st generation down here, in the big city. We had our land since 1837, 3 plantations. We still own the property on them, still to this day in the state of Texas. Right. 3 historical landmarks are on our land because we fought in the revolution. Sam Houston.
Okay, hold on. I have one point I want you to answer.
Yes, sir.
And I don't get it wrong. Don't get me wrong.
No
I'm not trying to insult you or anything. In law, when you go through a major law school, your professor might tell you, we have a rule. It's 2 words. And anything you say or advocate, you have to apply those 2 words to determine whether it makes any difference. You know what the 2 words are? So what?
Okay.
If I was a law professor and you were telling me that in a law class, as a professor, I would make you think, and I'd say, okay, son, so what? What difference does it make? In other words, see, all of that may be exactly true. It may be the reality, but what impact does it have on the outcome?
The impact is that we lost our lands through these tribal governments. We got somebody cosplaying us.
That's not what I'm talking about. You're talking about terminology.
Okay, now let's get back to terminology.
Does not mean any difference. Okay, you're in a trench in World War I. Does it make any difference to you if you get shot by a Hun, a German, a Prussian, a Kraut, or whatever? You still got shot by one of them guys over there.
Exactly.
So what you called him, did it make any difference to the outcome of whether you die or not from getting shot?
Okay, this is what I'm saying. I'm saying that I know through HRS 331, the Constitution was created by American Indians. These Indians are the same people that they're having a conversation, a birthright citizenship conversation about, because we were the only people that was put in chattel slavery, meaning that the descendants will take on the same as the mother. They will be classed the same as the mother. That only happened to Indians. Indentured servitude was separate from the chattel slavery. Indentured servitude, yeah, European nations went through that, but we did not go through that. We went through something called chattel slavery because they wanted to enslave us on our own land. Why? Because of the different reasons, through different, because you got the beaver wars, deer skins, all the way down to the cotton boom in the 1800s. They didn't get to the South U.S. expansion. The 13 colonies, and then we come into the U.S. expansion. I'm from the South, so that's what I'm speaking about. So
okay. I've been here for the last.
So we owned that land in the South. That was not in the U.S. Once U.S. jurisdiction came, okay, now we're in this situation. Okay. So you're saying, basically, like I said, how I'm taking it is, we would need another civil war then.
Well,
because
okay,
something is owed to us.
But the point of the exercise is, for the last 3 hours and some minutes, we haven't resolved anything.
No,
so,
I think we did. I think
what did we resolve?
I think Miss Dots said it perfectly. I don't want you to think
that we resolve.
I think we resolved that there were people who were in a position or in these certain political seats that keep getting voted in over and over and over again, like you said, and they do not have our best interests. So us, the original people of this land, the people who created the Constitution, the founding fathers, the people who built our West, who built the bridges, the whole culture of America, period. Through our law, our real status, where we can actually gain repatriation of this reparation. We're not really tripping on reparation, but for us, our land back, our status. We don't need no money. We don't need no help or any of that. But in this status that we're in, a lot of things, and they're able to oppress us, because you're right, we did fall for the psyop. And a lot of people that look like us, we look to them, and I always say we were taught to worship our oppressor because they look like us. But through that black consciousness is what gave people that lens or that ideology or that mindset. And the whole time it was disconnecting them from the land. That's why people didn't look at it important. They'd rather sell all the everything they have in America to move to Africa. These type of things has been happening since the 60s. So what I'm saying is we have had a whole psyop, and to a point that we are now in an identity crisis that people even today are making up new names to describe us, when that's not going to change anything. We agree with you on that. We understand that. Okay. Just like we understand that the immigrants standing on side of us, the only way that they can do that is because they're falling under the umbrella of the black of the third world unity that you guys had with the Caribbean nation, West Indies, and West Africa. That was that worked for you guys in that time, but today it don't fit us. It hurt us. Now you guys did cultivate a lot of people, bring a lot of people together, and had a strong movement and strong brothers. But today it hinders us. We have no rights, no anything, to the point that you have white people saying that we are immigrants to this land. We're not immigrants to the land. They're arguing in Congress right now over birthright citizenship, which was only for us. The Indians who were on the reservations, like you said, were considered out, non-reservation Indians were outside of U.S. jurisdiction.
Non-reservation Indians.
I mean, I'm sorry, reservation Indians. Yes, sir, reservation Indians. I apologize. Non-reservation Indians were citizens. Even after the Indian removal, 1830 was illegal. But under that, the people who stayed back
that died in that 1830 diaspora, the Trail of Tears. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, my family.
That was Andrew Jackson.
Correct. My family left Tuscaloosa, Alabama, 1836. So, yes, sir, we fought in the battle of Fort Mims and Fort Jackson.
Okay,
that was 1815.
May I make a suggestion to you?
Yes, sir. And then
Okay.
I want to get Isis in too, the lovely sister right here.
May I make a suggestion to
Yes,
you?
sir.
Right now, the most important things that we need to do at this point is start focusing on not worrying, but focusing on learning how economies work. We need to focus on economics. We need to focus on STEM. I know it sounds cliched. We need to understand what AI is and how we get ourselves in a position where we can use AI as a
And
tool.
our benefit. Yes, sir.
But you see, we spend too much time on things that we've been encouraged to distract ourselves with. I'm not getting on anybody who has an interest in historical things, but we only study history to learn
Not to
its
repeat it.
lessons. No,
Correct.
not to repeat it, to learn its lessons so that we can more effectively guide our present.
I
Now,
agree.
when we get caught up in learning the past as a thing that stands alone, then we wasted time. I mean, there may be historians, and that's their job, so they can present it so the rest of us can analyze it. But it is still subject to something we as a people need to learn. It's called empiricism. Do you know what that is?
Yes, sir. We'll break it down for the
Okay,
people watching.
empiricism is to come up with an idea and test it and see what you come up with is an analysis. Once you reach the analysis, anybody doing what you did should reach the same result. That's called empiricism. In other words, it's idea, it's analysis, it's experimentation to both to develop the idea and to see if your concept works. Our cell phones are based on empiricism. Somebody came up with an idea, tried it, it worked, refined it, and we've got smartphones now, and they work. Quantum mechanics are inherent in the design of these things. If you understand sufficiently the nature of quantum mechanics, and you can design one of these things and it will work off of your draft, but we need to understand these things. We can't get into farming. We can't get into the traditional stuff. We have to say we got to come up with something new.
No,
And
we still have to
devote
form.
ourselves with that.
We country boys though, Judge. We still
you can't
form.
be country boys. That's
No, we
obsolete.
form. Judge, I'm from East Texas.
That.
I'm from East Texas.
I
We
understand that,
form.
but that'll trap you in a position where you can't go anywhere. We are now into the second quarter of the 21st century. And considering that you can make it in the remaining 3 quarters with that outlook is not going to pan out very well.
So, Judge, no, I don't mean to break your wisdom, but our grandparents had gardens when we grew up.
Yeah, but that don't work now. That doesn't work now for
the
a number
food.
of reasons.
The food.
That doesn't
the food
work.
industry doesn't
I'll
work.
give you a good reason why it doesn't work.
Yes, sir.
Giving an estimate on how old your grandparents are, probably about my age. So
yes, sir.
When I might have visited some relatives in the South and they had gardens, the United States had about 170 some million people. Now we have 360 to 380 million people.
And how many of those are immigrants or white people?
It doesn't make any difference
right now. It does because we lost the land.
Just hold on. I'm not talking about the immigrants. The immigrants will substantially ramp that up. I'm talking about people who are legitimate citizens of this country. We have about 340 to 360 million. That's not counting the illegals. So if you count the illegals, that ramps it up to maybe 400 million people. So what you can do when you've got 140, 150 million people is not the same as what you can get away with when you may have to deal with 400 million. When I left Los Angeles back early 1970s, They just had about 1.5 million people in the county, and everybody was proud of it. Now we've got 13.8 going on 15 million, and you can't do the same thing because of the crowding. Now, this is the 21st century. To support these increased populations, to deal with what we need to deal with the fact that we now have a digital world and AI looming, we need to get a different skill set. Otherwise, we will be obsoleted. And the last thing we need to be is obsoleted and unemployable. So, what I would suggest is everybody start experimentally, not experimentally, but investigatively trying to figure out what will work for the next 3/4 of the 21st century. Now, when you do that, then you'll be on good footing.
Yeah, and we're gonna have to find another word for that black. We're gonna have to get
Well,
rid of that
I'm
as
just
well.
saying, if you can give me one,
No, I got you. I understand
I
that.
will tell you this. Sounds like a boast, but I know how to do it. If you give me a phrase,
That's what I want you to tell me.
hold on. Let me just put the proposition to you. If you give me a phrase,
American.
no, just hold on. If you give me the phrase, you will see that within about 2 years of today's date, that phrase will pick up a lot of traction. I'll see that it happens, whatever it is. Now, you can't use American Indian because that's already been long
Well, we'll
established.
use American. What about American?
That's used. What do you define as
We
American?
are
Americans,
American. White
fine. We're
folks not
all
American.
Americans. In other words,
Okay,
it's
so
like this.
that's
It's like
it.
this.
That's the
It's
answer.
like this. You're a tetrapod. You're a mammalian tetrapod. You're a mammalian primate. You are a mammalian homonym.
Nah,
And your species is Homo sapiens.
nah, they made that up, Judge. Come on, now,
No,
Judge.
I'm just saying. No, it's not made up. It's just
Nah, white man made that up, Judge. Yes,
no,
he did.
it's Latin, so it works, and that's a good classification.
Nah.
No, it's a good classification. So
We
the
know he's
problem
over
is
here. You ain't no
that you have bigger classes, the
You
American
know?
one. You have smaller classes, and then you have to refine them down. So when you use the terminology, somebody gets a mental picture of what you're talking about. It's called communication.
That's
Okay,
why
Judge, I tell you this. When I leave America, I'm finna pass the mic to Miss Isis. So get ready, mama.
Okay,
so
come on.
When I leave America, Judge, and I get to another country, they not only call me American, but there are certain perks that even come with being American.
Of course,
when
it's good to be American. We're all Americans if you live here.
Now hold on, no.
Let me put it to you this way.
Hold
on a second. It's like, okay, he plays for the LA Rams, a football team.
That's not what I'm saying.
No, hold on. Rams is the big generic term. That's the American.
Okay.
What position does he play on the team?
I got you. Okay,
Is he
Cherokee.
quarterback? Is he
played
running
Cherokee.
back? Is he offensive guard, offensive tackle, tight end, wide end? What does he play on offense?
He plays Sharpton.
Is he on defense? Is he a linebacker, defensive tackle, defensive end? What if? So, in other words, if you want to talk about a category, you have to define the category.
Jump in, Isis. Come on,
Look,
Isis.
Judge, I get what you're saying. You have to be a nation
So, in
of
other
people.
words, we're all Americans, but if you wanted to describe an American like you to somebody who does not have a mental picture of you because he hasn't seen you, how would you describe you?
I would describe myself as a Choctaw American. That's what I describe myself as.
Okay,
because that's what I can prove on document. When I can go back to Census, I can show you right now my family member draft card for the World War II.
Okay,
on his draft card, it says he's an Indian.
Okay, sister, how would you define yourself?
Yeah, okay, Miss Lovely. Isis, go ahead.
Yes, Isis. Let's hear your voice, baby.
I would say American Indian, but I have a question that goes with everything. If y'all don't mind me, it's switching gears, but it's still on topic.
No, turn up. You got it.
Okay. First of all, thank y'all for hosting me on here, BCU, and it's an honor to speak with you, Judge. So I want to go back to what you were speaking about in the beginning of the live, and if you can, just give me at least a minute on the clock to get it out, because
Go ahead.
Go ahead. There's a lot in my head. Okay, so I've seen the flood of immigrants when I was over the road, you know, coming through the borders and all these different things. So when you say that it doesn't matter, help me understand if I understand that. I mean, if I get why you're saying this, or I know why you're saying this. So you brought up the, I might say it wrong, the preemptory strike. Okay.
Preemptory strike.
Yes. And also the it was something else. He was speaking of the power of the bullet, right?
Yeah,
but
that's what Miles said.
Right. It doesn't matter when, let's just say scenario, something goes down. It doesn't matter what we being called. We know who we are. They know who we are. So regardless, we hold the power outside of having this name. And if we don't realize that the propaganda that we're getting here, now, mind you, other ladies, I agree with what y'all saying about the, you know, them immigrants playing us and all these things. But that's the propaganda that they have been putting in front of us for us to be distracted on what's really going on. So would it be safe to say that this, I mean, it's still in line. Would it be safe to say, instead of still dwelling on the name situation, it will be best to come together in fellowship? And I'm not talking about relationship with transactional favors, with fellowship and with one another. And I don't know what I can say on here, but
go ahead, say it.
You can say whatever you want.
Understand that we hold the power. It's just as simple as you said, the power in a bullet alone, right? Again, we see, you know, we see these people playing in these movies and all this. That's fine and dandy, but we also see them in our corner stores. We see them close to our vicinities there in our neighborhoods. So the big idea here is that there's something big at hand to be paying attention to. And I'll say this last thing, and then I'll let you go ahead. I recently did a video about the 1919 Red Summer and comparing it to how the timelines is kind of repeating itself. You know, we got a huge migration of these immigrants coming in while the border is open. And then while they sending us Americans out, you know what I'm saying, while it's already plenty of us incarcerated. I kind of lost my train of thought there, but I pinpointed the timeline and how it's repeating. And unless we choose to change the situation at hand, then it will repeat again, and we're being distracted by these propagandas.
Well, in answer to that, you're absolutely right.
I can't hear. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
I can't. I'm gonna come out and go back in.
All right.
Well,
all
I can
right.
hear you well.
She coming back, Judge. She gonna bring that pretty face back. She ain't running from me. Hey, y'all, make sure y'all hit the like button out there. Appreciate y'all coming through. And appreciate Judge being a judge. They went too hard on you, huh? The women, they went too hard on you, huh, Judge?
Judge ain't never scared. You know that.
He shot Indian.
Okay, I can't hear you now.
You can't hear me?
I hear you. Talk. Say something.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear her?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear.
I
can
can.
hear both of y'all.
Judge, drop down.
No, I don't think it's
come back up.
Okay.
I got you.
No, because he can't hear. He's gonna have to come back in.
I can hear you.
You can hear me?
I hear you fine, but I can't hear her.
Isis, go ahead, try again.
Drop down, okay.
She said she
couldn't.
I
can hear you. Oh no.
Well, I can hear you.
She's not used to being on panel, so this is her first time.
Okay. She's coming back.
Patience is a great virtue, Padawan.
So, Judge, are you enjoying yourself? Or are you having?
I do this like some people go play basketball, but I just no basketball player. I made my living talking. Go ahead.
I know we could tell.
You ladies are pretty. I'm enjoying the conversation.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
TYTs.
Can you hear me now?
Now I can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
Say something.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
I can hear you, but I can't hear her.
I don't know know why.
Okay,
Judge,
I'll
you
try
can hear
dropping out. Can you hear her?
Yes,
Yeah, we can hear
But
her.
you
We
can
can hear
hear
both of
me.
y'all. It's just you
we
can't
hear
hear
you.
her.
We
I
hear
hear
you.
you too, but
Yeah,
I can't hear her.
She can hear you, Judge, but you can't hear her. But we can hear all of y'all. Me and Dots can hear both of you guys. So maybe, yeah, just try to come out and come back in.
Miss Akasha, I can't hear you. Miss Dots, I can hear you. I can hear Miss Dots, but I can't hear Miss Akasha. Okay,
Yeah,
I'll
tell them
check
to
out
go
and
out and
come
come back
back
in.
in. All right, let's see. Oh boy, this sometimes gets complicated because it don't always work too well here.
It's okay. Take your time.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're loud and clear, Judge. We hear you.
You can hear me.
I
Yes,
hear
sir.
you. Can you hear me?
Well, I can't hear Miss Akasha. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Tell me what she's saying. You can translate
Now try to
before we
come back
lose the
in. Just
signal.
try to go out and come back in.
You're
Just
exactly right. I agree with the points you were making. I think they're valid. I'm not disagreeing with that. It's just that one of the classic propaganda methods is to get your target focusing on stuff that is emotionally important to them, but has no bearing on the outcome of the situation. You see, one of the things, too, I'll caution everybody on this thing of unity. What broke down what was going on in the late 1960s is attributable basically on the street level to one thing: it's people you could not trust. We were all into black unification, but over the passage of the last half century, freedom of information is very interesting in what you get. You find out that when you get the information blurbs, all kinds of reports that are redacted, you find out damn near everybody in an organization was some kind of informant or became a snitch for one of the three-letter federal agencies like the FBI or the SIS unit for LAPD and stuff like that. So it was a matter of you can't trust. And that broke stuff down, and a lot of people died. You see people died now, but very seldom, whereas 50 years ago, it ought to be frequent that you see it. You run into, do you know what the furtive movement is?
No.
You don't, do you? Miss DOTS, you don't know what the furtive movement is, do you? Well, everybody in the streets did in Chicago, LA, New York, because Your Honor, Officer Thompson and I were on routine patrol and we encountered the suspect, and he made a furtive movement as though he were going for a gun. And Officer Thompson and I, being in fear of our lives, we pulled our service revolvers and shot the suspect. And everybody would say, man, the dude made the fatal furtive, man. That's what happened to him. That's how bad it used to be. I mean, honestly, there are at least 15, 20 people that I knew rather well that I went to school with, and they wound up murdered. Not on street stuff, but on stuff where it was political. Same reason Dr. King got assassinated, because they were deemed to be threats. Now, that said, do not bring anybody into close association with you that you have not or cannot test. You want people to demonstrate that they're trustworthy. And how you arrange that test, it's up to you. You have to get people who have courage, because a lot of people don't have it. There was one guy who became advisor to 3 separate American presidents on black people and black militancy and all of this black activism. And he was a coward. Every time something went down, he literally would turn and run. And one time, man, we got to go make a move on something. Brothers, excuse me, but it's not that I don't appreciate all of the sacrifices you've made on my behalf, but I can't afford to risk my career. You'll have to go on there without me, but I'll be there with you in spirit. Grab him. So he got grabbed, forcibly brought to the event. He had on some gray slacks. And he got so terrified by the confrontation, he pissed his pants, and you could see the dark stain of how the urine went down his left pant leg, and it pooled around his left foot, and he had some tan shoes on, and they got stained with piss. So the 2 brothers that were holding on to him let go of him, and his legs collapsed, and he fell in his own piss. And then when he recovered, he sprinted off to get away because he was a coward and he was fearful. And what he wound up doing in his fear was betrayed a lot of people that got them in trouble. Now, another thing I would speak of, Du Bois said it 100 some years ago, the problem of the 20th century will be the color line. He said the solution is the talented 10th. In other words, that 10th of the colored population that had high intelligence and education that would be able to channel that into bootstrapping their people. Now, every
Hey, didn't
people
he
on
get
the
that from
planet
Rockefeller,
except
Judge?
our people here understand that education and high acumen lead to success. We tend to downplay it and look down on education. White people value education. They look at those who are admirably grounded in knowledge and information, and they choose them to lead them. If you went to an Ivy League school, people want to look down on you because somehow or another that lacks merit. But that's a finishing school, and what gets taught in those types of universities is not so much information. It's not so much what to think, it's how to think. How to be critical, analytical, reasonable, rational,
I can't hear you, Judge.
objective. You can't hear me?
I can't hear you.
Oh, wow. Okay,
Doc,
well,
You
can
know
you hear me?
why? I think you know what,
I
Judge.
can't hear her either.
She can't hear. Oh, drop. Maybe she has to drop down and come back out.
I can hear you, but she can't hear me now.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, okay. So one thing. Listen, it's going on 1 o'clock in the morning. I think my time. And
Well,
unlike
it was
oh,
good to
it is
have
1
you out
o'clock.
on a date. You're a little young, but it was good having you out tonight. Yeah.
Well, no, listen. So it's 1 o'clock, and unlike yourself, sir, I do have to wake up very early in the morning and go to work. So, but what I wanted to say to you is that I do appreciate the fact that, again, you are a primary source to a lot of things that we're talking about, right? And anytime that we have ever asked you to come on and just give up your time, and you don't have to do it, right? You don't have to do it. You're in a season of your life where you could really just lay back, chill, enjoy whatever it is that you want to enjoy the ladies that you hang out with, but you come on anytime that we ask you to, and you give up your time. And for that, I'm most thankful for that. And I thank you for coming on to BCU and just
Well,
taking.
yeah, I enjoy this. And see, the other thing, I was thinking I was going to get a chance to be a little comedic, but you put me into being this professor thing. Now, buy some barbecue sauce. It's good. And the other thing is like I was telling the young lady down here, beware of those who want to unify with you because they may be traitors to the cause and they may be trying to snitch on you.
Okay.
And also, be very careful about somebody getting you angry and emotively involved in challenging something, because I used to do it when I was a trial lawyer or when I grew up in South Central LA. If I was trying to do something, I would get something over here for somebody to focus on while I'm going over that way. It's a fence. I fake them out. In other words, a lot of what's going wrong right now with what we're trying to do is we're getting faked out and we're getting distracted. It's like D-Day. The Allies wanted the Nazis to think we were going to land in Calais. So they had an elaborate deception thing they went on when actually we landed in Normandy, not Calais. So what I want us to do is learn how to recognize when they're trying to get us to land, think they're gonna come on Calais, so we get caught up in these things that we do like we got tonight, rather than paying attention to where they're really gonna come in. Now, all of you strike me as very intelligent, perceptive, analytical, reasonable, and rational. It's just what I was going to do is give everybody, since you're likely to have me come back on, is when I kept asking you, what do you want to be called? I was going to illustrate a point by taking whatever that is, using accounts I have on X and other places. And in a few weeks, when we come back and revisited it, I would show you how whatever it is you chose you wanted had a following and was now becoming part of the whole lexicon. You ask me, how does the stuff get started? Who started it? I was going to show you how that process worked with a practical demonstration. All right, I'll pick something and I'll tell you what it is, and then I'll start doing it so you can see how it works, because you'll see it pick up.
And the next time you come, so that means that we have a part 2.
Yeah, and then you coming back, Judge.
Yeah, well, let's be a little bit more light about it and have fun with it.
No doubt.
We were too serious tonight. And I like, oh, you got pretty smiles. I got 35-year-old son.
Here you go.
I got a 35-year-old son, and I wouldn't mind him hooking up with something to give me some pretty looking grandchildren, you know. So
ISIS, you got a 35-year-old son, ISIS.
You died.
But she's not an athlete, Judge. Judge, she's not an athlete, though. You told me to get an athlete.
He got a son and a daughter, and the girl looks like a movie star, but I'm going to ask for that. So I need a few more of those. I told him, don't bring me any ugly grandchildren home.
Okay, we're going to end on that. Listen, Judge.
Okay. Now, I'll tell you what it is. Call me in a couple of days.
Yes, but before you go, can you please leave BCU? You always leave Unscripted Moms with a hot 16.
Right, right.
We need a nice little
Drop the track.
Out, a nice bar for BCU. End us on a nice hot 16. Let's get it.
All right, BCU is for me and you. It's the thing to do. It's what you got to do when you want to get where you want to go. Why do you want to go? Because there's a place you need to be. And when you see that that's where you need to be, you can come on along and you can do what you got to do to get there. What is there? It's somewhere where it's not where you ain't supposed to be. And where you're supposed to be is on top of the game, and it's not the same as when you're on the bottom. Think big, and it will all come true just for you.
Bars.
Bars. Big bars.
Almost 70, y'all. Almost 80. Put some respect on this man's name. I don't care what. Okay, let's go.
But I love this kind of stuff. I like to egg people on into getting all wound up. It's fun.
No, it's what. Listen, Judge, you was there, so we have questions. We're not going to take it light on you just because we have. We want to know.
You know, I don't want you to take it light on me. It ain't much of a game if it's not challenging. And by the way, what I was trying to get you to understand is, in seeking answers, sometimes there are no answers.
Right. Okay. So we got you for part 2. We have them on the record. Right.
Yeah,
now.
we got you on the record, Judge. You say you coming back, and you're gonna give us the answer. We're gonna have the answer for you when you come back. And I'm gonna have more pretty ladies. I'm gonna fill the whole stage up with pretty ladies next time.
Thank you, Judge.
I appreciate you, Judge.
Thank you. I'll talk to you later, Judge. Peace. Drop down. You can drop down. Thank you.
Miss Isis, you wanna give us some last words?
No, I'm not gonna lie, my brain My brain is up there right now, so I really
don't
have
let
no
Judge get you
words
worked up. He said he was in here
I
playing
can't hear you
professor.
again.
Okay, my bad. Just turn it. Tell her that's the.
That say something.
Huh?
That's tell her close that
again.
Oh, close out, Isis. It's on you, baby. I don't think she can hear. Yeah, her thing is going out.
All right, y'all. Appreciate y'all. I seen a lot of y'all down there. Judge said he was playing on us, and I felt like he was playing Voo. He was saying, I feel like they playing right now. So he come out in the end and say, y'all playing on y'all. But you can hear now, Isis?
Yeah, I can hear y'all.
Okay. But he said he gonna come back and tell us how to work our move. But he did shoot a flower and saying, do you want to be running down the street and the cops say, I got a FBA in a white t-shirt going northbound? You know,
he wasn't talking about me.
So that was not you. I'm just saying that's how he shot that slug out there. You know what I'm saying?
No,
but he like come up with a name. He gonna teach us how to do it. So we gonna hold him to that. You know, but
and your man, listen, we gotta remember. Yeah, and we gotta remember he's from a different generation, like real talk, right? He's almost 80 years old. There's things that happened in the 1960s, like information, the things that we have now and we know now, and we have exposure to, and we know now. We gotta remember, put that thing into context in the 60s, you know. And for me, at least, I always say, and you know, right, wrong, or indifferent, regardless if I agree or not, anyone that comes on and gives up their time. You know what I'm saying? And he has influence, he has reputation, and anyone that can come on and be like, you know what, I'm gonna do it just for the love, right? And he took it. Like he wasn't running, he took it. He may not have answered how we wanted him to, but he answered and he took it. And I think that deserves respect. So I enjoyed myself, and I hope that everybody in the chat enjoyed yourself. If whether or not y'all agreed or not, topic was a dope show.
Yeah, it definitely was.
It was a dope show, and we got part 2 coming. And I'm out because I'm tired. I have to wake up early.
Yeah, we gotta get some sleep. I gotta get some beauty sleep. Ugly as I am.
Yeah, play that music.
I was gonna say just really super short. It kind of back off to what Dot said. It really is a time to be alive. I was just born in 2000, so but I had, you know, my grandma 48 and all these people. So the timelines and how fast they move and how our people are just doing this, it's amazing to see.
And you're so beautiful.
Thank you so much, beautiful.
I like to see, yeah. I'm a little bit older than you, but I like to see. I love this. I love it.
And it's her first time, Dad. We popping her cherry.
Yeah, you did good.
Yeah, she getting her cherry pop tonight right now. This is her first time.
Thank you.
And I told her you can't be scared. And I called her. I said, I got one. I got something for you. Yeah, so you can't be shot no more.
Look, Isis, you made the judge want to come back for part 2.
Yeah, he trying to get you with his son. Man, he say he fuck out 50,000 like it ain't nothing.
Shit, he look 35
hey. Political connections. Isis, you might be our way to get our American Indian status. He might start telling the truth. He might start revealing some secrets.
You know, it don't hurt to try.
Well, you coming back next time, cause goddamn, he had his eyes on you. But you too young for him, like he said. He got a son. We just need the truth. Yeah. But like Dot said, it's a gap. That's why I wanted to bring Isis. I'm like, I want him to understand that, okay, we understand what you're saying, but listen to what this generation is saying.
Yeah.
And, even when he said, what's how I want to be called, I'm like, what our mama called us? But and then, what y'all want to be called? Shock ties? Because you a shock tie. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we want to be shock ties.
Black over here.
You feel me? We don't want to just be black or any new terms. We want to be a shock tie just like you a shock tie. Because you got the right through bloodlines just like we had the right through bloodline.
Right.
But I guess he said, like he said, he was testing us. He was a professor testing our papers. And that's cool. I respect that. And he said when he come back next time, he said it got a little too serious. So next time, when we come back, he gonna be out, he gonna get some game. And so Yeah, we'll end it at that. This was a cool bill. Appreciate everybody coming out. Y'all wrong for how y'all did us on the likes though. Y'all did not hit the like button.
They wasn't hitting the like
button. Man, we was like 200 likes behind and everything. It's just like, yeah, wipe your feet when you come in the door. But man, y'all enjoy y'all night. Appreciate y'all ladies, Miss Dodge, Miss Isis, everybody in the chat that came through. Shout out to y'all. Clip the video. In the chat. We see y'all. Hype the video up. Yes. And gang shit.
All day. Let's go. Good night, y'all.
Peace.
Peace.
Ancestors whisper. I like that Honduran cigar, the spirits rise. Smoke curling like ancestors whispering in the skies. Dr. Sebi in my left ear saying heal from inside. This ain't no new land, we the ones they try to deny. Before Columbus ever dreamed of ship to steer, we was building mountains, doing rituals with no fear. From Yucatan to Galveston, New Orleans near. That's the triangle of soul, but the map been clear. Second lines ain't parades, that's ancestral rights. Tambourines and feathers under full moonlight. We ain't immigrants now, we the original might. Built pyramids and bone flutes before Rome took flight. Top cat said it loud, stop begging for permission. Our culture ain't missing, it's just deep in tradition. We ain't African cause they told us we remember the mission. The land speaks Creole, soul food and intuition. We been here through the blood and the drum, through the elders, the chants and the kiss of the sun. Smoke rise from the leaf, yeah, we talk to the sky. And the ancestors' rhythm, we never die. We been here, oh yeah, we been here. Way before they wrote their lives, we still live. It's our home, not a place we disappear. Jaheim singing true through the pain and the tears. Granny sat me down, roll something slow. Said when you puff, give thanks, let the cosmos know. I inhale the jungle, exhale the flow. Spitting stories that the textbook still scared to show. Cigar lit like a torch from ancient rites. Aromas like prayers to the Orishas at night. New Orleans ain't a tourist tale, it's black divine. Where the jazz horns spend time and the spirits align. Forget Columbus, we was dancing in stars. Trading turquoise, dripping culture in bars. Drums talking codes, spirits moving cars. Look close, the past ain't gone, it's just behind these stars. From Congo Square to Trammy porches, we built this land, no need for endorsements. The Mardi Gras beads ain't just for decor. That's soul armor, homie, we was gods before war. We been here through the blood and the drum, through the elders, the chants and the kiss of the sun. Smoke rise from the leaf, yeah, we talk to the sky. In the ancestors' rhythm, we never die. We been here, oh yeah, we been here. Way before they wrote their lives, we still live. This our home, not a place we disappear. Jaheim singing true through the pain and the tear, through the blood and the drum, through the elders, the chants and the kiss of the sun. Smoke rise from the leaf, yeah, we talk to the sky. In the ancestors' rhythm, we never die. We been here, oh yeah, we been here. Way before they wrote their lives, we still live. It's our home, not a place we disappear. Jaheim singing true through the pain and the tears. We been here, oh yeah, we been here. Way before they wrote their lives, we still live. It's our home, not a place we disappear. Jaheim singing true through the pain and the tears. I like that.